we are lawyers. We know what happens when you go to court and you tell the court that you are indisposed. Chairman, the Constitution says we sit having the same powers as the High Court of the Republic of Kenya. If I was to appear in court and I tell the court I'm indisposed, the first thing, Chairman, is for this governor to favor this committee with evidence. Evidence showing that he is indeed indisposed and that he has been attended by a doctor and the doctor has recommended that he should take an off. We cannot allow a situation where the Auditor General, and I know he has a very strained budget, travels all the way to come for a sitting, and then a governor casually says, I'm indisposed. Chairman, we need to make very serious pronouncements this is it afternoon? This morning. We summon him we direct him to produce the medical evidence. If there is none, let's find this guy. He pays from his own pocket before he appears for an engagement with this committee, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable members, where we are is that we have a situation where a governor who was supposed to appear before us has written and decided he's sick. He cannot appear before us. And his officers are in town. The Auditor General is in town. And the question is this part of a conspiracy by governors to escape scrutiny and to go for the peer influence, very bad peer influence that they've been getting, that they're not supposed to appear before the Senate? And I think that since this is a public meeting, we need to set the record straight and lay out the facts as they are. Senator Umbua.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. One, it may be impossible for this committee to determine whether the governor is sick or not sick. What we have is a letter. If he is sick, we wish him well. Chair, there is a matter that you have addressed yourself to, the issue of context, the context within which you are getting this letter. The context where governors have been advised, actually I would say misadvised, that they shouldn't appear before committees of the Senate and that they should appear before MCS. Chairman, I'm happy that we have in our midst very senior lawyers, senior counsel, very, very experienced lawyers. Anyone to interpret the provisions of Article 96 to this committee, that, Chair, the work of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, until and unless then that article is vacated, is that we have a responsibility to oversight the operations of counties and county governors. And I want to define the duty of care to this country to summon anyone, including governors, to appear before our committees of parliament. Chair, the thing that I'll be asking you to do in the interest of time is that after this meeting, Chair, I want to you should lead this committee in addressing the media on the matter of committee that you chair, so that you put it very, very straight and open to everyone to know that we are not requesting anyone to appear before us. We are doing it because it is what we have been constituted to do, and we will do it to the extent of the law. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sifuna.
Chair, allow me to begin by correcting what the Senator for Kitui has said. It is not the governors who have been misadvised. It is the governors misadvising our national leaders. It is the governors who have misadvised my party about the position of... this is true. You know, Chair, I said in Diani because I didn't want to attend that conference that was held in your county, not because I don't like the people of Homa Bay. It's a beautiful place. But this jamboree that is put together by the governors without that if you are in a position of advising any leader in this country, I was telling the Attorney General that what leaders need in this country is not prayer. Although prayer is important, if you are in a position of Attorney General, your responsibility is to give proper advice to your boss. Even when it comes to matters of devolution, these governors are the ones who are misadvising Mzee. Because you remember when we had a meeting with the party leader in the Senate, when he came out of that meeting, the pronouncements he made, including strengthening the place of Senate in order for devolution to succeed, those were the proper words or the proper advice that Jacom gives. And I know his mind. I know his position on devolution. He's the father of devolution. I was very shocked to hear some of those pronouncements because I know he's been misadvised. Number two, Honorable Chair, I know that Article 96 of the Constitution places upon us the responsibility to oversight monies that go to devolved units. It is there in plain black and white. And in fact, the Supreme Court extended it when the governors were trying to argue that we only oversight the revenue that comes from shareable revenue in the national share and not on-source revenue. The Supreme Court extended and said we can oversight both on-source revenue and money that comes from the equitable share. If you look at Article 125 of the Constitution, it gives Parliament and its committees the power to summon anybody. Anybody. It doesn't have to be a governor. Or we can summon these people from the media. If we wanted to have a conversation with what is his name? My friend Mauritius Oduro, who's behind that camera. If we want to summon him, we can sit there on that chair and take oath. Any person can be summoned by committees of Parliament. So it is improper advice to tell leaders that the Senate or the committees of this House cannot call governors to appear before this. Honorable Chair, the controversy was settled in that case that Senior Counsel has referred to by the Supreme Court. When governors tried to argue that they should not appear before the Senate, it was made very clear that the county assemblies exercise what they call primary oversight, and that the Senate exercises secondary oversight. Our biggest frustration as members of the Senate is that we have a leadership that do not know how to defend the institution. So as passions are cast about the conduct of committees, the conduct of Parliament, the conduct of the Senate, you have your speaker there. He doesn't say anything. You have the majority leader, the minority leader, they don't say anything. By now I expected, Honorable Chair, to have a statement from Honorable Mazayo and Honorable Cheriot defending the institution and putting the record straight. Our speaker, he's nowhere to be seen. And even you, Chair, I want to challenge you, and the Senator for Kitui has said, Chair, if you don't defend this committee, because this committee was specifically singled out, they say we are the rent seekers in the Senate. Chair, if you don't defend us today, we are willing to move a motion of your removal today. Because we cannot continue like this. If somebody has any evidence, let them present it. I don't think, Chair, we have ever sent you to get money from anybody. We don't send our chairs there. In this committee, there's no welfare, there's no member for welfare here, as far as I know. So, Chairman, you just know that you, as a leader of this committee, have a responsibility to defend this committee. We can't do it on our own and individually. I'm putting the leadership of the Senate on notice. The Speaker must defend his institution. He's the head of the House. Our leadership, the majority and minority leader, they should not go to those meetings to just make jokes about welfare. They should defend the institution and call out the hypocrites who are pointing fingers at Parliament, and yet we know they are the originators of corruption in this country. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I know you made very strong remarks, but we must also reflect that we've got the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, which governs how unethical conduct is dealt with in Parliament. And maybe the other speakers can address themselves to that, because if there are allegations of misconduct on the part of Parliament, it is the Speaker who chairs the relevant committees who should then call for evidence so that we can go through the processes of determining whether members are engaging in unethical conduct. So all those are instruments that are already available to us in law that we must exhaust before Sifuna moves the motion of impeachment against the Speaker. Who goes next?
Vice Chair, to really agree how to proceed with Governor Sang, because the last time he was here, we sent him away.
because he was not prepared. The documents were not well prepared, and so we sent him away. Today, he could be feigning sickness. So I think the next time we're inviting him, he should come under summons. Otherwise, he does not want to come and account. He's escaping accountability. His Senate has already indicated that there are very difficult questions that he's supposed to come and answer. So I would really implore, as you rule, that let Governor Sang come under summons because he's not taking the work of this committee seriously. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Dulo.
Chair, I really don't know whether it's really necessary to have a debate on this matter. Whether the governors should appear before the House or before the committees of the House. This debate came much earlier in 2013, and it went all the way, as my colleagues have said, to the Supreme Court, where it was challenged, and there were actually decisions at that level that governors must appear that when governors require budget or money, they come on their knees to the Senate. But when it comes to accountability, we don't have rules. It's the same way that in a house, the mother will come for some money from the father. But when the father will ask for accountability, she will say, I'm not accountable to you, I'll not account for that money. That pronouncement was made in my backyard. People were celebrating because of my oversight role. But for me, I know my responsibility. Whoever says governors should not appear before committees of the House should amend the Constitution and the relevant legislations. For them to say that oversight should be carried out by the Assembly, it automatically they know that will not happen, and they will get away with corruption in the county. I have assemblies even summon chief officers and CECs. They refuse to appear. What about the assemblies? Who deny even assemblies their budget? Chair, I think we need to close this debate. I spoke to an old man from my county yesterday. When those decisions or maybe those conversations came up in yesterday's meeting, that we know the law. Those are just, PR exercise. Nyinyi kama senators mufanye kazi yenu. So as he has said, let us do our job. The rest, they will fight for it. Who don't appear or refuse to appear, take serious action against them. Otherwise, Senate should close its doors and go to bed. I thank you.
Thank you. Samburu, Deputy Whip of Majority.
Chair, thank you. Chair, last time when we were having the governor here, there were several issues that we needed to go through as a committee that were pointed out by the Auditor General. And the governor agreed with the committee for more time to furnish the committee with the documents. So I don't know the reasons why now that he has that opportunity to appear before this committee, that he is writing a letter in the evening at night informing the committee that he is not able to appear before this committee. So Chair, I think the right thing we do as a committee is let's not give him a chance of imitation. Let's summon the governor to appear before the committee to answer or to shed light on those issues that have been pointed out by the Auditor General. Thank you.
Chair, can I add?
Okay, Senator Achiroti.
Since this is my county, I would request also that apart from summoning him, the committee should also fine him, as my colleagues have said. They should fine him because the last time they were non-provision of documentation. And you know, I think we wanted to give governors a second bite of the cherry in consideration of these audit reports. We always do it in good faith. So, Chair, I agree. And all the governors must be aware that they need and should appear. Just to add on what the Deputy Minority Whip has said, Chair, is while Parliament is under attack, the leaders of institution must and should be at the forefront to correct what is being peddled in public. Because the people making those statements are not members of Parliament. There are people who are not elected and they don't sit in Parliament. So I think the leadership, the speakers of both houses, because, Chair, after yesterday meeting, some of us are caucusing. Both speakers of the House must be put on notice that they are working on a very dangerous path. And members are thinking otherwise. That if this accountability is taken a notch higher, they might become the casualties of what is happening. And they will go before we go. Thank you, Chair.
I think that's the saying that fish rots from the head. So if the fish is rotten, it starts from the top. I think if I was to summarize what my colleagues have submitted, there's been quite a lot of debate over the role of Parliament, and particularly the oversight role of Parliament. Some commentators have spoken about the Constitution as it ought to be. We are concerned about the Constitution as it is. My party leader speaks about the Constitution and the law as it ought to be, and he gives a very rich background on the constitution-making exercise and the compromises that were made at Bomas, and we respect that because he's got a lot of insight. But this is a constitution that we have, which contains Article 96, which empowers the Senate to conduct oversight over national revenue allocated to counties, and that has been qualified to include the on-source revenue and conditional and unconditional grants. So we are here pursuant to the constitution that we have, not the constitution that we should have had at Bomas. We are here pursuant to Article 229(8) of the Constitution that requires the Auditor General to bring audit reports to Parliament and gives us a timeline for their consideration and for making recommendations. We are here pursuant to the Public Audit Act that has very clear procedures on how Parliament should deal with audit reports. We are here pursuant to the decision of the Supreme Court on the oversight role of the Senate. In fact, in the 11th Parliament, governors refused to appear before this committee. It took almost 5 years for this litigation to be concluded, and it was established that governors as chief executive officers, they are defined as such in the Constitution, have a responsibility to appear before Parliament and county assemblies to defend or to provide accountability for their expenditure. We are in no way taking away the power and the duty of the county assembly. The county assembly remains the primary overseer. And there is no day when the Senate tried to veer into that terrain. When it comes to budgets, that's the exclusive role of county assemblies. When it comes to appointments, that's the exclusive role of county assemblies. When it comes to integrated development plans, exclusive role of county assemblies. When it comes to expenditure, quarterly expenditure review, exclusive role of county assemblies. And so those who are saying governors and counties should appear before the county assembly are not wrong. They are only wrong to the extent that that should be the final point of oversight. There is secondary oversight that Parliament exercises, and we are doing that pursuant to the constitution we have, not the constitution that we wished we had. Article 125 gives us the power to compel the appearance of any person before this committee, any person, including the president, who is making allegations of unethical conduct on the part of Parliament. I want to challenge the speakers of the two houses, because they are the ones who chair the Powers and Privileges committees, pursuant to the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act. They need to issue a summons to the President, for the President to come and explain who are those people who are demanding bribes Who are those people who are given bribes? Because you cannot try parliament in a kangaroo court when statute already has clear provisions for dealing with unethical conduct on the part of members of National Assembly or members of the Senate. I think we should move away from this lynching, from this kangaroo court mentality, and challenge our speakers that they must convene the necessary committees and listen to evidence from the president and listen to evidence from anybody else who alleges unethical conduct on the part of members of National Assembly. Those are provisions and instruments available in the Constitution and available in the statute. And the question is, for those who claim that they bring bribes to Parliament, why would you bribe Parliament if you're not guilty? In the event that that was to happen. But even for us to determine the veracity of those allegations, Speaker Wetangula and Speaker Kingi, you are the defenders, you are the heads of this institution. You must now exercise Article 125 and summon the President. That article does not exclude the President. It says any person, Parliament has the power to summon them. Let the President come before a committee of Parliament, let him repeat the things he has been saying in public rallies, the things he has been saying in other places. Let him bring that evidence so that it is processed in accordance with the law. I think finally, we must be careful with our utterances. There are powerful political players in this country who, when they say things, people take it almost as common law. We must always refer back to the Constitution. We must respect institutions. Parliament is also an institution that deserves respect. The judiciary is also an institution that deserves respect, and it has made certain proclamations and directions on this issue of oversight. I think what is going to emerge also is that any governor who chooses to go with peer influence will have to carry his own cross, because there are clear provisions in the Constitution and law on contempt of Parliament. And honorable members, we must tighten the penalties and sanctions on contempt of Parliament. We have a fine of 500,000 shillings, which governors find very easy to pay. In fact, we have had governors who have paid it more than twice or thrice in one session. So we must tighten those consequences.
Point of information, Chair, I don't mean to interrupt your flow of thought, but in fact, we in the Senate already passed an amendment to the Powers and Privileges Act to enhance those fines, Honorable Chair. The Senate already enhanced those penalties. Honorable Chair Gay, just allow me to inform the Chair that we passed those enhanced amendments. I remember it was sponsored by Senator Osozi. I think they are lying somewhere in the National Assembly. And our colleagues in the National Assembly must now do their bit to make sure that that law becomes law. I am not very sure it will be assented to, given the sort of attitude that is coming from the Office of the President. But we feel that as a Senate we have done our part. The National Assembly needs to push that fine. We pushed it to 2 million, you remember. And we even had gone to the extent of suggesting that we need our own police force in the Parliament and a police cell. Because you remember the frustration we had, and in fact it was this committee, with the governor of Nairobi, where if you say you want him arrested and brought before this committee, you depend on the Inspector General of Police, who might not be very willing to execute that order. The Senator Dulo has a problem with the police command in his county. They can't do anything. So you remember we had suggested that we should be arresting people. When they threaten to arrest us, we will also threaten to arrest them.
It allocates powers to our parliamentary orderlies and sergeants at arms to conduct the functions of a police officer within these proceedings. If the president was to appear before a committee, having been summoned by the speakers, and he became disorderly, the speakers have got the power to direct the parliamentary orderlies to arrest him and throw him out. So we are the ones who have been weak. We have the laws.
You see, Chair, one thing you need to do is, again, choice of words. We are not the ones who are weak. It is our speakers who are not doing what they are supposed to, Chair. Remember, and you were in that parliament, in the 12th parliament, I remember, or the 11th parliament, when the police surrounded parliament buildings. And Speaker Ekwe Eduro directed that in 5 minutes, I do not want to see any police officer anywhere near parliament. And he went. Chair, Mr. Chairman, you have to have a conversation with the speaker, and if you do, then we are going to have a conversation. Razor wire all over, barricaded all over. Last year, today, we are being invaded by the executive.
Contempt against parliament is because we have weak speakers.
Listen, honorable members,
they must take a walk.
Let us be careful with the choice of evidence that he has. That is how the constitution that we have is drafted. Is drafted, and that is a challenge we are putting
we have a free day, to do whatever to do. No, and the speaker must be able to withdraw the line in the Senate. Correct. This is how far you can go. Beyond this, if you have something to say about Parliament, procedures to say.
So I think our message is that as Parliament we are open to scrutiny.
Yes,
and that scrutiny
is the point.
Must be done in accordance with the constitution we have, not the constitution that we wish to have. That scrutiny must be done in accordance with the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, which has given the speakers certain powers to deal with unethical conduct. And we want to challenge all those who are making allegations, that we can even have a formal and proper inquiry. And we also want to challenge the president. If you know these people, do not be mourning and crying like every other common person. As a consumer of raw intelligence, and as a person who can direct the DCI to carry out investigations, please, Kenyans want action. to them what they did to Gachagua. I think that's the position. Nandi, and not satisfactory, we shall direct that the governor be compelled to appear before this committee in 2 weeks' time. And he must bring an opinion from a competent when governors are taken to court, COG never sends lawyers. A governor goes to court alone. Here we pass it by 30th of June. We are past CARA. Money has hit the accounts of counties. We passed the formula for revenue allocation. If we can do that with enthusiasm, we don't need to warn them because the Constitution has already made that provision. Senate will not be petty. Senate will not be vindictive. Senate will. So Governor Sang clerks will be required to appear before us in 2 weeks' time with a letter from a doctor, failure to which we could declare that we fine him and also further declare that he defrays the cost of his officers who took flights to come to Nairobi only for the governor to disappear. I think that then brings closure to the issue of Nandi, because we cannot even consider the documentation in his absence. So he must make sure that proper documentation is before us.
Chair, can you direct that the governor must get well within the next 7 days, so that just a minute.
But I was within point of information, and he was dancing lame on Sunday.
This is what we are saying. The war that the governors have invited us into, we are very capable of fighting that war. They have told our leaders that all we do is to, what did he say? Extort them. Yes. That governor needs to get well within the next 7 days and appear here. If it is not possible, we will conduct meetings of this committee at his bedside in hospital. Because we cannot have these games being played here. And we all know what is happening. In fact, that contempt is exhibited in the fact that somebody has audacity to dispatch a letter at 6 p.m. the day before the meeting. It is absolute contempt. Let them not think that we don't know what they are doing. I am sure he's somewhere admitting himself into, I don't know which is the biggest hospital there.
All hospitals are dysfunctional.
No, I'm sure he's here in Nairobi. I'm sure he's here in Nairobi, somewhere in Karen or in Aga Khan.
No, he should be in Airbnb. He's not like in
hospital. We wish him a quick recovery if that is the case, but let it not be a trick to Public Accounts Committee of the Senate. This is our second meeting of the day, and as is required in our standing orders, we will start with a word of prayer. I will ask the Senator from Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, to lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Chair. Let's pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Let's quickly go to adoption of agenda. Our agenda today is to meet the County Executive of Kitui to interrogate the status of implementation of the unresolved issues raised in the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of the County Executive of Kitui for financial year 2023-2024, as well as the report of the Receiver of Revenue for the financial year 2023-2024. Could I get a proposer for the agenda?
Here I propose.
Thank you, Senator Gataya. Seconder?
Chair, second.
Thank you, Senator Ombua. Next order will be very quick introductions of the stakeholders present. Let me start with the members of the Senate present, starting from there.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Senator Mwenda Gataya, Paraganidi, member of this committee. Good afternoon, Governor and Raj. My name is Jones Maruma. I'm the Senator representing Taita Taveta, Vice Chair to this committee.
Thank you, Chair, Governor, your team. My name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator Nairobi, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Enoch Wambua, Senator Kitui, a member of this committee.
And I'm Moses Otieno Kajwang, Senator from Homa Bay. I chair the committee. The clerks who are supporting us.
Good afternoon. My name is George Otieno, committee clerk.
Good afternoon, Chair members. My name is Chris Pastimo, committee clerk.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Malcolm Gogi, legal counsel.
Hello, my name is Lydia Kagumba, protocol officer.
Eugene Otieno, Hansard.
John Perez, Sajana Times.
Chair, that of us.
And Olepera, you must remember our earlier conversation that under the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, you have the powers of a police officer while within the presence of Parliament. So go and read that act properly. So that is it from the side of the Senate. The Office of the Auditor General.
Chair members, my name is Patrick Muruki. I'm the liaison officer.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pamela Mgalisi, Director Audit, Machakos Regional Office, Office of the Auditor General.
Chairman Wasu.
You're welcome, OAG, from the National Treasury.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Senators. My name is Reverend CPA Kimathi Kwiriga from the National Treasury Liaison Office.
Karibu, Control of Budget.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gilbert Kachanja from the Office of Control of Budget, an officer attached to this committee.
Karibu, ESCC.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members. I'm Patricia Chebet from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, liaison officer attached to this committee.
You're welcome. Those are the stakeholders that support us. Clerk, did we invite the County Assembly of Kitui?
Yes, Chair, we did, and the Chair and the other 3 members are present.
Excellent. Chair, Public Accounts Committee, Kitui, please, we'll give you the opportunity to go on record, and then the rest of your team can also introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gabriel Munyao, Chairman, Public Accounts Committee, County Assembly of Kitui.
Chair, my name is David Masak Munyao, member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Jeremiah Mutoa, member to this committee.
My name is Mary Ndumbo, a member of this committee, nominated MCA and the Vice Chair of the committee.
I'm Jacob Kimanzi, First Clerk Assistant. I clerk the Council on Public Investments and Accounts, County Assembly of Kitui.
Thank you, Chair. That's the members that we have today.
Thank you, Chairman. We are very happy to have you here. You're welcome to the Senate. Governor Kitui.
Chair and members, my name is Gov.Malombe, the Governor of Kitui County. And I will invite my colleagues to introduce themselves as well.
Okay, proceed.
Honorable Chair, members of the Senate, my name is Peter Kilonzo. I'm the Minister in charge of Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management. Thank you. With your permission, Chair, my name is John Macau, Chief Officer Finance, Revenue Management and Accounting. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Senators, my name is Joel Mianga, Accountant General.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Timothy Chalo, the County Solicitor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Irene Kainti, Municipal Manager, Kitui Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm John Mama, Assistant Director of Revenue.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Joseph Kibere, Head of Supply Chain Management Services. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Agri Kamba, Chief Officer in the Ministry of Health, in charge of drugs and medical supplies.
Afternoon, Chair. I'm Samuel Mogi, Director Internal Audit, Kitui County.
Chair, my name is David, Governor's PA.
What is that? You are not very clear. We need clarity for.
Chair, my name is David Musili, Governor's PA.
Okay. That's it for the delegation from the. That's it for the delegation, Governor? Okay, fine. We also welcome the members of the Fourth Estate, the media, who are helping us to broadcast these proceedings. Next order is administration of oath and tabling of documents. Clerk of the Senate, please guide the Governor.
I, Gov.Malombe, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
You will proceed to table your documents formally.
Your Chair and members of the Senate Public Accounts Committee, I hereby table the following documents before the committee. 1. Management responses on the status of implementation of the unresolved issues raised in the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the county executive for the financial year 2023-2024. And number 2, management responses on the company annexures for the report of the Auditor General on audited financial statements. Statements on receiver of revenue for the county executive. For the financial of Kitui for the financial year 2023-2024. Thank you.
Now the documents are being tabled. Auditor General, did you have an interaction with the entity? Are you in a position to guide us today?
Yes, Chair. We did interact with the entity and we received the responses on time, so we can proceed.
Clerk of the Senate?
Yes, Chair, I do confirm that we received the response on time.
Okay. So now that the governor has taken
board, that there is somebody who calls them and they sound exactly like Sifuna. Governor, for this meeting asked you for money, or have you given anybody money to bring to this committee? It's a simple yes or no. Governor?
Simple no.
So where are these stories coming from? When you sit in the Council of Governors, you have decided to declare a public war to besmirch the image of the Senate. Governor, personally, I don't think I even sought money from you.
Well, those accusations have not come from any governor I know of, and it has never featured in any Council of Governors meeting. Of course, we have all, as Kenyans, had it very fast, and of course yesterday it is all in the newspapers, but not from me as governor.
Governor, you were esteemed in Parliament. You were governor 2013.
Yeah, 2013.
So the Powers and Privileges Act is a provision of the Constitution, and it deals with unethical conduct alongside other issues on the part of Parliament. Go and tell your colleagues of the Council of Governors that if there are any accusations on the part of Parliament, the right thing to do is not to go to public rallies and political rallies. But to go through those provisions, bring evidence before Parliament so that if there is any whiff or case of unethical conduct, it can be dealt
that's one of the things we'll be reporting. We have something positive, and therefore we remember that. The Senate has been in our corner as governors, pushing for equitable shares monies. Now we are at 415, and we know they've been with us. Last time it was 380. The senators through a mediation committee who push it to 387, and many other positive issues. Of course, there may be some people who may have other opinions, but that is my view. The Senate is the protector of devolution, and they've been doing that. Thank you.
Senator Agata, then Senator Ombo.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, this week has been riddled with a lot of concerns bordering on the relationship between the governance and the Senate, especially the National Assembly and so forth. There is another school of thought that thinks that the governors are not supposed to appear before the Senate. Actually, you are supposed to be oversighted by the MCAs. Actually, the senators are supposed to invite the CECs of relevant departments. Is that also the view of the COG, or what is your take on that one as do you?
Governor? Put on the mic.
The members of the county assembly and the county assemblies have their roles defined very well under Chapter 11 on devolution. The Senate under Article 9, the use of monies which has been expropriated and which emanates from the national government. And therefore, both have their respective roles. The MCAs, like in our case, of good governance, I will attend because the same questions which I am asked here, I can also be asked by the county assembly. But if we mix things up, and when I was asking you to indulge me before Senator Wambua, I wanted to say the governments, if you look at the governments, the national government and the county governments, the way our constitution, Kenya 2010, has set up those governments, really they more or less mirror one another. So if the question you have put to me, as CEO, should I appear? Yes, I can appear. Also, the national government, let the same apply.
I think, Governor, you may be having more degrees than I do, but Article 125 does not require a degree to interpret. On the part of Parliament, it says every House of Parliament and any of its committees has power to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. County assemblies have got similar powers to summon any person. Just this morning, we have said we expect the speakers of the Senate to summon the president to come and provide evidence of the unethical conduct that has been talking about in the public domain. Any person. Senator Sifuna, is the president above the law?
The proper question is
I've heard when the chair asked you, are you willing to appear before Kitui County Assembly? You said you will think about it. So does it mean also when you are called to appear before the Senate or any committee of Parliament, do you normally think about it, or do you follow as an obligation that has been followed? Constitution 2010. And finally, don't you think if Senate is abolished, or Senate is abolished, don't you think it is a plan to kill devolution? Because you no longer have a protector. Because the enemies are powerful and they come in different shades. You know, in the Bible, I'm told when somebody went somewhere, the Bible says they went into 7 different directions. I don't know which verse. I'm not a good, you are an Adventist child, and Bishop is seated to me, and boy will tell us the so is this a strategy to kill devolution? Because sometimes you are expecting to be killed from one direction, but maybe by killing Senate and abolishing Senate, you know they say before you kill a dog, you give it a bad name. And hang it in public and dry. So what is your position on my 3, not questions, but your view on the issues?
I think question number 1 had already been put by Senator Sifuna, and it will be the very first question we ask every governor who appears before this committee under oath. But you might just respond for the benefit of Senator Cherargei.
Thank you for those questions. I would answer the first one. I've not been asked money. None of my officials told me they were called by anybody to be asked for money or for any favor at all. Number 2 is about accountability. As I said, Article 94 is very clear. It gives the Senate of the Republic of Kenya the power to oversight funds which have been given, appropriated by Parliament. The monies we get, the equitable shares and so forth, they are appropriated by Parliament. That is both the National Assembly and the Senate. So to come, and it's public money, and we are supposed to account for it, particularly when the Auditor General has looked at how we have done things and they have raised certain issues. And the Senate has invited us, as you put, to come and explain ourselves. And I have always, if you look at record, I've always appeared before all the committees. The PIC committee, the PSC committee, and even other departmental committees, because I believe in constitutionalism and I also respect Senate. Thank you.
Senator Mbua?
Thank you, Chair. First things first. Let me put my friend Senator Cherargei to order. You know, you don't go misquoting the Bible. I know a friend of his who does that a lot of times. Is a person. Is a person, yes. So the book that he's referring to is Deuteronomy 28:7. His one talks about enemies coming against you and God granting that they shall be defeated. And then he says they'll come to you in one direction, but they will flee from you in 7 different directions.
Amen.
That's the context. Thank you, Chair. I must take a slightly different trajectory. First, to thank the governor of Kitui for making that decision. Well, I mean, he has to make a decision anyway to come on to come for making the decision to appear. And especially at such a time as this, where there is a lot of accountability, we have a big problem, a seriously big problem from a section of governors. I want to believe that you are not part of that team, because those people, those persons that are doing that are actually the real enemies of devolution. That when questions of accountability are raised to governors, they seek every available excuse not to appear before the Senate, and when they are forced to appear, then they choose to besmirch the Senate in public. Governor, I want to hear you. in good time. Let's do recommendations to the executive. And also the auditors will follow through.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think having listened to this conversation, what's your take?
Thank you, Chair. I want to submit to this committee that we found a big backlog, and we actually trying to clear this backlog. I want to share this committee that to be up to task. Actually, most of them, a case study is the one that we are handling today on the issue of stored projects. They've been completed, and we can say that truly what we write as recommendations have been done by the county assembly, by the county executive of Kitui.
Could I request the clerk of the Senate, let's do a letter to all county assemblies to establish which assemblies have been able to consider the most recent county financial statements as required by law, because there are some that have started the interrogation, but they have not brought a report to the House, so the reports have not been adopted. So you know how to frame it. So that to deal with this question, this conversation on whether Senate or county assembly should be dealing with these things, we must present to the nation the true picture of things. In Homa Bay, the law was signed for financial autonomy of county assemblies. We are hoping that that autonomy is going to bring about some good manners in the running of county assemblies, even though I think Isiolo and Nyamira have demonstrated that sometimes, even within the assembly itself, there are some very bad governance practices that happen. So this conversation on should it be the Senate, should it be the county assembly, can only be rebutted by facts. And the fact would be County Assembly of Kitui has not done what the Constitution requires. Therefore, what should we do? Is it about giving them more money, or is it about capacity building? Should the Auditor General come in and train you? But I believe in about 5 years, we might have gotten to, I hope we could have gotten into a situation where county assemblies can do these things on a timely basis, so that when the governor comes here, we discuss policy issues. We are not discussing action. You remember, counties are getting a share of the last audited revenue, a share of the last audited revenue. It means that if the National Assembly is on 2021, then you are getting a share of 2021, which is unconstitutional. So why should the County Assembly get a share of 2024-2025 when they have not gone through the revenue statements of 2022-2023? It sounds a complex proposal, but we can reduce it to a formula. So that when a County Assembly is not doing their job, there is a percentage that they are not getting. And when a county assembly is up to date, then they get their full allocation. That's a conversation for us as a Senate. Now, members, should we proceed now that the assembly has not done what we had expected them to do? Ideally, if you had a report, it would have been easy. You would have submitted and tabled your report, would have gone through the recommendations and agreed with you, and would have waited for the next audit cycle to confirm closure. Senator Dulo, you had gone on record earlier?
No. Dulo, Senator Isiolo.
Okay. So, unless there is any other observation, we may proceed. Yeah, so honorable members of County Assembly, please take note of our recommendations, and that can be a starting point For example, when we go to the report of the Auditor General, the first issue on inaccuracies in cash and cash equivalence balance. Auditor General, you had reported that that had been cleared because it does not form part of the responses that we have. Was it our position when reported to the House that issue number 1 had been resolved?
Yes, Chair.
Issue number 1. Had been resolved.
Yes.
Now you see the risk is the county assembly might go back to interrogate the same matter when the Senate has already marked it as resolved. So that's why we are asking that we synergize, pick our recommendations. You don't need to be bound by it because we are independent houses, but our recommendations can be a guide. So if so there was no recommendation on issue number 1, there was a recommendation on issue number 2 on unconfirmed revenue. What we shall do is the Auditor General will quickly raise your observation. The clerk will tell us what we had recommended. Then the governor will tell us the action that has been taken. This is a significant matter involving 3.1 billion. And I think that as the Auditor General proceeds, 13 billion. Was it 13 or 14? 13 billion. I think it was 13 billion. Members had the report of the Auditor General, the summary report of the Auditor General, which has the observation, the recommendation of the Senate, the response of management, and the observation, the final evaluation of the OAG. So maybe I said issue number 2, that was misleading. It's issue number 1 on this. Unconfirmed revenue.
But I think there is no column for the Auditor General.
Oh, yeah.
Standing property rates totaling to Kenya shillings 1,098,129,827 owed to the county. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of miscellaneous receipts amounting to Kenya shillings 3,111,155,760 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, what was our recommendation? And I must put a caveat here that Kitui did not appear before this committee. We relied on written responses. So we might have to reinterrogate some of our recommendations because, you know, we didn't have that opportunity to do a cross-examination on your responses. And you'll observe, honorable members, that I think some of these recommendations are quite generic, not very specific to the amounts that are there. So you are free to ask specific questions because this is a case where 3.9 million is in the cash book, but is not in the bank statement. 3.7 million collected but not banked. On the face of it is theft. And I think this is one of those recommendations that
$3,784,000.
And I think this is one of those recommendations that perhaps yes.
$3,784,256 being the amount held by the collectors as at 30th June 2024. And B is Kenya shilling 186,489, which related to revenue collected on 30th June 2024 and banked on July 1st, 2024. Bullet 2 is a recovery of the unbanked revenue is ongoing, and by end of the February 2025, a total of 1.5 or 1,578,550 had been recovered, leaving a balance of 2,215,706. The new Human Resource Information System, HRS, which replaced the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Database, was unable to attach recoveries since February 2025, resulting into delay in recovery to date. The Director Human Resources has raised the matter with the State Department of Public Service, which is in charge of the HRIS, to address the matter. Still on the management status report, to eliminate cash handling, the county has transitioned to automated revenue collection methods, including the use of pay bill number 522522 and M-Pesa push notifications. To address the issue of accrued land and property rates, the county government advertised on 15th May 2025 on the county website and the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority for Procurement of Land Information Management System, LIMS, to address the issue of land rates and plot identification. The bid was evaluated in June 2025 and the winning bidder was selected. The contract is yet to be signed. The data mapping, which will be incorporated in the LIMS to improve property rates management, this mapping is expected to ease the identification of rates defaulters as well as other revenue streams tracking. The attached are the evidences, which we have the bank statement showing the banking of 186,499, the recovery schedule, recovery to January 2025, 2 samples of pay slips for staff under recovery, 3, the State Department of Public Service Help Desk, Kitui County, request for system features enhanced, and we have the extract.
Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. We were able to look at the evidence, and we did confirm that the recoveries totaling 1,578,550 has been done. And we also looked at the bank statement, and we confirmed that Kenya shillings 186,499 was actually banked in July 2025. For the life on system, we shall be able to keep it in view and confirm in our next audit.
Now, you queried 3.794256 million, or the county is saying out of the 3.98 million, 3.79 was held by the collectors as at 30th of June 2024, and 186 was revenue collected on 30th June. You have said you have seen evidence of the 186,499.
1.5.
No, you've said there's a statement you've seen where the 186.
Yes.
186
sorry,
has been captured.
186 that was banked in July.
What about the 3.794 million?
The 3.7, it has not been fully recovered. It's only a portion that has been recovered, the 1.5.
This so this 3.794 is the second point, yes. The cash analysis.
Yes. The 3.7, when you add it to 1.8, you get the 3.9.
Okay.
Which was our issue.
So 186 has been reflected in the statement.
Yes.
Out of 3.7, only 1.5 has been recovered.
Yes.
But 2.2 is a balance.
Yes.
This is money that was collected from Mama Mboga.
Yes.
It was collected from poor women in the market, from border operators,
yeah.
From hustlers.
Yes.
And it is sitting in the pockets of some people.
Who are these people?
Isn't that the implication? That 2.2 million, actually 3.794 million, was collected by Kitui from the poor of the poorest and found their way into people's pockets. And what the governor has done is to recover 1.5 million, leaving 2.2 million in people's pockets. And it's just okay. It's just fine. This is theft. Governor, wasn't this money collected? We are talking money that was already collected.
Let's put this matter in context. This happened in 2019. I wasn't governed then.
Well,
but when I came, I found the problem.
Was the money collected from the poor of Kitui?
That's true.
The money was in people's pockets.
Yeah, which should not have happened.
And all you have done is recovery, partial recovery, no administrative action, no criminal action initiated against these thieves?
Chairman, there are two things which is happening. Recovery of the money from their salaries, and some of the evidence which has been attached here indicates that, and disciplinary action. You know, our Constitution, Article 47 to be specific, refers to Fair Administration Act, administrative action. So you must go through due process. And the normal thing is you give a warning and you recommend this to go to...
Just maybe, Governor, is that what you've done or what should be done?
No, that's what has been done.
Where is the evidence? And please remember, fair administrative action must also be read alongside the PFM Act, which criminalizes this kind of action. Collecting revenue and not banking is outright theft. And it's been defined as an offense under the PFM Act and regulations. Senior Counsel.
Chair, you know,
when in simple language, Governor, when a member of staff, these are the employees who you have attached a schedule of their names here. Okay? They collect revenue and keep it. Not even keep it. I think they collect revenue and eat it because you are recovering from their salary. And you are telling this committee that this guy should continue being in office. And Chair, we link it to what the President was saying yesterday. That members of this committee get compromised. You know, we are doing this matter and I can see the representative of EACC. He's there. He's there. Madam.
Can answer all. Which are these circumstances that allow revenue to be collected in cash? Because basically, you are supposed to digitize revenue collection. Why should revenue be collected in cash and taken to somebody's home?
It's a good question. Senator.
Thank you. Chair, Chair,
the governor must be very much aware that you cannot correct money and spend it. That's also right. The evidence before her here is that there is some deductions taking place. Away from these deductions, is there any other administrative action that we are taking? Away from these deductions, is there any other administrative action that we are taking?
for this committee. If there's an issue that's outstanding, come with all the records.
No,
I'm
just saying there is a report which was submitted to the Senate. The Senate never invited us to discuss with them then. They opted to sit in committee and generate a report which we are supposed to implement, and today we are supposed to report where we are. So some of that evidence, we have not carried it. It is in a report which was submitted to Senate on receiver of revenue, which we had prepared separately. But when the Senate was looking at these things, they combined everything in the one report. So when we are responding now, we
shall still go back to that amount. You see, our recommendations does not deal with the theft. The question is 2.2 million has been stolen. From the people of Kitui. Your approach is to recover it as impressed. Why impressed? Why impressed? And even if it was impressed,
as the law demands. But from our perspective, we are not treating them with the kid globes.
No, you are. Actually, you have used the right word.
We would have used
the right word.
Chairman, Chairman, you know, you have just drawn our attention to our standing orders that everything we deal with must be on record. And Governor, I know you very well, so I'm just pushing my case on public interest approach. In your management report, response, you have not mentioned even one line where you are telling this committee that you are taking disciplinary action against the people involved. Chairman, if you read from bullet 1 all the way to the second page, there is nowhere where
You have mentioned that you are taking disciplinary
and that was
action.
my concern.
The second issue, there is nowhere you have made any mention that this matter has been reported to the EACC or to DCI for criminal sanctions to follow. If you have looked at
revenue collection. Number two, where are they?
To Maurice Thomas. Now, if all of us are there, then it would appear like we are dealing with a systemic problem in the county government of Kitui, and not necessarily a problem that was only found in the previous administration. Why do I say this, Chair? If you look at that letter addressed to Maurice, Thomas, this is one who has failed to surrender 665,000 444 shillings
to make a report.
Allow me, Chair, I ask the Minister to respond to that. He was also in Omabe.
Okay, I hope he was working, not just eating fish.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we do not have a visible dashboard right now because we have automated independent streams. Now, we in the process of purchasing a revenue system, which is going to integrate all our 72 streams of revenue. So even as we talking about the automation, yes, they are there, but we don't have a visible dashboard.
You've never had a system from 2013, the second governor to date. There's never been an automated system for revenue collection in Kitui.
It has been there, but it's
M-Pesa pay bill is not an automated system.
Yeah, we have a revenue system, Chair, but it is not integrated with the individual streams, and that is what we are working on right now.
So, OAG, we have said this before. When you're doing your ROR statement, I think you need an assessment of the system's environment. It was not in this report at all. So we have no visibility on the kind of systems they're using, and I think that should come under controls. Patrick, I hope that message has gone out to the auditors.
It has been marked with them, Chair, and it has formed part of our subject matters in this current year's audit.
Yeah, because without that visibility and dashboard, so Governor, you have pointed us to the ROR report. Could you tell us why in that financial year your hospital fees dropped by 10 million? One would have expected that greater efficiencies, tightening controls, and the trend generally across counties is that the hospital fees keep growing. Why was there a drop from 274 million to 264 million? Is this symptomatic of the systemic issues where people are collecting and pocketing?
Chair, let me not respond directly. I have a CEO here from Ministry of Health, and that's the reason why I brought them. I want them to also respond to the issues. Can the CEO in charge of medical, please?
Yeah, and this is why it's important that you have a dashboard as a CEO, because those CEOs will run circles around you. Did you know that your hospital collections reduced by 10 million that financial year?
I must be honest, I did not know that, but I know the collection from our hospitals has gone up substantially.
Now, here it went down by 10 million. What would be the explanation?
Let's hear from the CEO from L.
And all this is in your receiver revenue statements. We are not making up figures.
Yeah. Are you able to do that, or we ask CEO of Finance?
I can do that, eh?
Yeah, okay.
You know the right person to answer this is the receiver of revenue.
The receiver.
That is the owner of this report. Who's the receiver of revenue? Yes, receiver of revenue. Why was there a 10 million drop in hospital fees? The governor believes that the collections have gone up, but it dropped by 10 million.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The reason why it dropped is because the revenue is recorded on cash basis. At this time, the NHIF had not paid the services we had offered. So the problem was that. And this financial year, they paid some amount before it went to share. So the problem was the NHIF.
How much was the NHIF rebate?
121.
121
million.
So your own source revenue is understated by 121 million?
No. That is what was the accumulative, the money they had not paid. But before the end of the financial year, they had paid some amount, I think 84 million. So they around 10 million, which was pending the payment.
But YG, that ought to have been an audit query, that was revenue due that was not reflected.
No, this cash basis. The revenue is accounted on cash basis, not on accrual, Mr. Chair.
Was the money due in that financial year?
It was. It was.
Remember, the next limp is the 1 billion in form of revenue arrears, which you are coming to. So, Auditor General, does that explain why there was a 10 million drop in hospital fees? Because without records, we will take it as speculation.
Chair, I think I'll have to look at it critically so that I give an information.
Please examine it, because we are not going to take the oral submission of your chief officer. He's not on oath. But we suspect that there's a systemic problem. There's theft of on-source revenue or collections in Kitui County. And Governor, you must make it a priority to automate and have a proper dashboard. You sitting as CEO, you should be able to tell what is flowing into the county coffers. Senator Mbor?
Chair, maybe just a recommendation to the governor as well, as you have said. I don't know, the governor, you get the feeling, because I do, that in terms of on-source revenue, the county government of Kitui could perhaps be doing a lot better. But it seems there's a lot of wastage. There's a lot of money collected on behalf of the county, but not getting to the county accounts. Automation will be one thing, which is urgent, but I also think the right message sent to the revenue officers would also help the county. And this, what we have here on record, is not the right message. The message that we are sending to the revenue officers here is, guys, you can go collect money. You know the law says you should remit. If you don't remit and we catch up with you 2 years later, we shall surcharge you for infinity. Because now you see people are getting zero salary. And I also don't know, Governor, how do you actually, and I need to ask that, how do you then even balance that surcharging with the provisions of Section 19(3) of the Employment Act on the third salary rule? You see, by your own action, this is a member of staff who is getting zero. Yeah? Because you have decided to surcharge and recover your money. But the law says they cannot earn less than a third of their gross. So I don't know how you balance that. Perhaps we could hear from the governor. Thank you.
Okay, quick response, Governor. We need to move on. Yes?
Governor, sorry, Chair, we are advised on having an integrated financial system where at the touch of a button you can see what each stream is bringing in per day. But if somebody is determined to steal, they may not post that. So if you are governor, either Kenyatta or Malombe, sitting somewhere, what you will be seeing in the dashboard is just what has been posted there, not necessarily what has been collected. So what we need to do, in my view, is deal with these issues of integrity. When we track and find something is being done the wrong way, we take swift action, and I'm advised. Maybe here it has taken longer than it should, and it's sending the wrong message, and we need to do something about it. But maybe there is a question which my senator had asked earlier about what we are doing to make sure money is not just collected and is not banked. Maybe we need to hear that from the chief officer, because I don't think, as of now or of late, that's happening. What happened in 2019 or 2021 in the case of Morris. There are systems which have been put in place to ensure whatever is collected is remitted. Maybe Chief Officer, just on that, what we are doing.
No, Governor, the evidence before us makes that request not necessary, because the surrender notice to Maurice Thomas indicates that unbanked revenue of 665 million has been accumulating from 2021 to 2024. 2021 to 2024 means that it is still a problem. So it is the Auditor General who's going to give us that assurance. Now, very quickly to the next limb of the question, who owes you 1 billion? Do you have a schedule?
Yeah, the people who hold that 1 billion are rate payers.
Do you have that schedule?
Yeah, and that schedule is available. Do we have the schedule attached, or the people is there in the receiver of revenue report?
Yeah, because we are dealing, in these questions, we are dealing with all the issues raised in the receiver of revenue. I think at the end of this, will have been done with the ROR report.
Yeah.
Do you have visibility on those who owe you 1.098 billion?
Yeah, just let me, my Chief Officer respond.
So what is the challenge in collecting?
The challenge is there is so much duplication after the de facto local authorities when they were brought together as one entity as a county. There is a lot of duplication of plots. And the other thing is the identification of those plots. You could not identify whose. One plot could have 5 or 3 owners.
But you went through the County Assets and Liability Verification Committee, and a report was prepared and sent to IBEC. Are you doing a fresh audit, Governor? In the last term, perhaps you are not in office then, but I sat in this chair going through the reports of County Assets and Liability Verification Committees, which was conclusive. Why would you say that there is still confusion?
Let me hear from the Chief Officer again about that.
Chief Officer, why are you introducing confusion in a very clear manner?
Chair, can I read the management response?
It is 4:30, and I want you to respond directly to the questions. Did Kitui submit an Assets and Liability Verification Committee report?
Yes, Chair.
So, and it was a very comprehensive exercise. There was a gazette notice. The teams at county level included national government, county government, valuers, surveyors. It was a very, very comprehensive exercise. What is it that you're doing afresh, having gone through that painful exercise?
Chair, I think the matter regarding the plots and the lands which are owned by the 4 de facto municipalities and county councils and town council, there was the amount was not really 1 billion. That amount has also an arrears interest on the.
CEO, you are talking about duplication in land.
Yes.
Do you agree that you have an assets and liabilities report that has been, in fact, I think it was taken through the county assemblies. It was taken through county assemblies before it went to IBEC. Was there anyone who was in the last assembly in this delegation?
Chair, yes, Chair, I was in the last assembly.
You were in the assembly?
Yes.
In what role?
I was the majority leader.
Did you move a motion for adoption of the county assets and liability verification?
Not in the Kitui County Assembly. And Chair, we agree that the report went to IBEC, but it was returned to the Department of ITRGC, and it has never been available to us for the conclusion, Chair, you are asking us.
So what's your recommendation, Governor? Because we can't be using public resources on an endless exercise.
Yeah, we constituted a data and information collection team to collect accurately the data relating to plots in our urban areas, and we are the tail end of really finalizing that particular report, and we think that will help us a lot in this process. But if there is such a report and you hear the then majority leader never saw it, I don't know whether our current MCAs ever saw one or anyone. We will look for it. And
would it be fair to tell Senator Wambua that next time he's lobbying us for Kitui to get more money, we shouldn't, because you've got 1 billion low-hanging fruit somewhere which you can access?
Rates, payment of rates, even when you give waivers, you collect, and we have seen many counties, Kiambu, Mombasa, many others, and even ourselves, you give some waivers.
The waiver is on interest, not on principle.
Yeah, it's on interest, it's not on principle. So when you come in and the accumulation is huge, you'll be really hoping for the best if you expect to collect
so what is
a
the
huge
list
amount
of the defaulters?
And
list. How much out of this 1.089 million, a billion, constitutes the principal, and how much constitutes the interest? Is it possible to know that?
Yeah, the chief officer can respond to that. Or do you have the chief officer for urban? Did he come? Or chief officer finance, do you have that information? If we don't have, we just admit we put it together. But I know it's there.
Chief officer?
I think we have the evaluation run, which was to showing the plots which they have not been paid. And the chair, what I've said is about the duplication. The system which is used during the de facto local authorities, it was that system that was left in the bindle. It was not fully developed. So the plots were kept being posted, and you will find that as more area like 1 acre, you find like over 20 plots. So the plots who are, the people who are posting and who are capturing the data for the plots.
Do you therefore dispute the 1 billion?
Yeah, because one thing, for the example, Chair, you will see that we have shown the counts of plots which are, the amount which are duplicated, about that 62 million of the plots which are duplicated.
So in your assessment, what is the outstanding arrears? What is the uncollected arrears? Because we need to deal with a precise figure. This is numbers, this is not politics.
Sure, it will be less than 50% of this, because we are implementing the LIMS, the lands information management system.
Isn't it a requirement for them to declare in their financial statements, maybe as a note, some of these arrears under the current reporting standard?
Yes, Chair. They're actually going on accrual, and it will be very important for them to declare. And just to confirm what he's saying, I actually saw what they provided, and there was quite a number of duplication. And my advice was they go and clean out data.
Thank you. Yes, Senator.
So there is an admission that there is a duplication, and perhaps the figures that we are seeing are not the right figures. At what point, my brother Bwana CEO, at what point do you think you will start cleaning up, or who is supposed to clean up?
We have started cleaning up because we are procuring the lands information management system. Now we are reposting one by one.
You see, yes. I think that for me, I think then that would be the wrong approach, or maybe response, because a system is just a system. You feed a system. Garbage in, garbage out. It's what you feed it. It's not like because you automate, then it just comes in and it clears everything for you. It's what you feed into it. So even when the system comes, it has to be fed with the right data. So before you feed the system, you must have cleaned up your data. So you cannot say that you are in the process of cleaning up because you are procuring a digital system. A digital system has come and find clean data, feed clean data to it, get clean results.
That's correct. Now, we must make progress. On this outstanding areas, OAG, we agree, keep this in view. I know that, I don't know whether you have concluded, you have done your exit.
Chair, we are yet to do the final audit.
You are yet to do the final audit.
Yes.
So please make sure that this is a subject of the audit. They must provide the necessary documentation and reconciliation. But on the matter of the 2.2 million that was collected and not banked, I think we'll give very adverse recommendations. The PFM has given that power. It is a receiver of revenue to manage the collectors of revenue. And where there's a failure in collection and banking of revenue, the person who takes ultimate responsibility is the receiver of revenue. And we are going to make very adverse recommendations on the receiver of revenue, because whereas it is 2.2 million, we have already demonstrated that that is money collected from 100,000 boda bodas or 35,000 dengu sellers. It might be small to the ruling class because you're used to big amounts of money, but it's significant to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. And this is a matter that perhaps we'll try to find out from EACC how to ensure that those who collected the money and did not remit, action is taken against them. These cannot be handled like imprest. This is not imprest. And you have not answered the question why you are handling this as imprest. Because all the documents you have tendered, the header is imprest recovery. This is not imprest. So EACC, this is work for us to do. When it comes to automation, the CEO, you have a responsibility to drive the vision of the organization. So we will also make certain observations, but we would advise that push and get people who understand that space. As you said, the dashboard shows what has been fed in, but it does not have to be fed in manually. If the touch point is electronic, then there is no manual intervention in between. You must whip your receiver of revenue to make sure that Kitui is doing the right things. And then on hospital fees, OAG, please also give us an assurance on why there was that drop of 10 million, because I still do not, I don't buy what the chief officer is explaining. Those were the various issues that were raised in the receiver of revenue report. I think we have done cross-referencing. Whatever was remaining on ROR, failure to bank revenue collected, we have dealt with that. Then there was the issue of unsupported revenue from parking fees. Auditor, was that still outstanding, the unsupported revenue?
Yes, Chair, it was.
And it still is outstanding?
Yes, Chair.
Was there a response to that? What was the concern? Was it underdeclared, or they collected 17 but there was no schedule to support the 17?
The support is what was missing.
This is straightforward, Governor. Can you confirm that you've got a schedule supporting the 17 million? This one, it's either there or it's not there.
Chief Officer, there is a table.
Is there a supporting schedule for the 17 million?
Yes, Chair.
Where is it?
You'll see it's an attachment of, we have attachment number 1, 2, 3.
That's
5,
each annexure?
Yes.
Is it in the ROR bundle?
2 ROR.
So you have annexures labeled 1.1.
Yes.
2.1, 2.2. Which one is it?
Chair, it's number 2, or number 2, divider number 2. Then after the response, you'll see an attachment with the 1 page, Minutes of Lands, Housing, Urban Development, report on marking of parking slots and within the Kitui CBD.
So where is that particular schedule? I believe it's a table that
yes,
that adds up to 17.1 million.
No, the question, Chair, if I may read the...
we have the question.
Yes.
supporting schedules showing the details of parking spaces which formed the revenue generation were not provided for audit review. So just give us the supporting schedule showing the details of parking spaces.
Number, Chair, you see there is a memo, like a memo, Ministry of Lands, Housing, Urban Development.
Why can't you lead us to the annex, Chair?
The annex here is one on
give us the page. Is it 2.1, 2.2?
No, 2. It's 2. The annex.
Where number 2?
Yes.
Is parking fees automated, or it's also cash?
No, it's automated. We have the
It's automated.
Yes. So we are being asked to show the parking slots, which was 195 parking slots.
So, for example, if it is Biashara Street, how much did you collect out of Biashara Street? I thought when you provide the schedule, you must also indicate the revenue to total to the 17 million.
The question.
Auditor General, are we asking for something you didn't ask for?
Chair, you are very right, because when they're providing the schedule, we need to know how much they're charging per slot, so that at the end of it all, it totals to the 17 million. Thank you.
So if it's automated, that's just something, a click of the button. And you say, Kilunjia Street, we have 8 parking slots, we generated 200,000, simple as that, and we proceed. Because if you don't provide that, then it lends credence to the assertion that you are collecting and pocketing. Governor, this is a simple thing. You've collected 17 million, just show us where it came from. If you can't show us where it came from, then we imagine that maybe you collected 50 million and reported 17.
Okay. Agreed, Chair. If you look at that schedule which was being talked about, it shows the number of parking slots, the size, and the streets where they are.
But does that tell us anything?
Yeah.
One slot can accommodate 2 cars, isn't it? In a day, or 3 cars.
In here, we needed to see how much it charged per car.
Yes, that's what the Auditor General asked.
So forth and so on.
That's what we are asking.
Yeah, so the audit query was not on the number of parking slots. It was on the 17 million collected from the parking slots.
Yeah.
So the response should have been from Kilunjia Street, we collected 500,000. From Biashara Street, 3,000 shillings. Because what we have here is just number of slots and the area they cover. No reference to any single cent collected from it.
And we know, Governor, we've been around, even you've been around since 2013. You know what happens in counties. Some of these towns and cities, you find a street is owned by, in some cities, MCAs own streets. They are the ones who collect parking. Or streets have been allocated to tough boys in the town. You might find in this city that Kenyatta Avenue maybe is generating less revenue than Kijabe Street. And maybe that's why you have chosen not to provide that information.
Chair, because the information is not provided, we are guided. I will personally keep a very close eye on this one.
This casts a lot of doubt on your receiver of revenue report, Governor, because if collections are not banked, and if collections are not supported by schedule, then we are not sure that it was only 512 million that was collected in Kitui in the financial year. Auditor General, please insist on that, and this matter remains unresolved, and in your audit, make sure that you get that accountability and visibility of collections for streets. And if they don't provide it, just report back. Then we can recommend very, very strong sanctions against the county. Honorable members, may we proceed? I think we have dealt with all the issues that were in the receiver of revenue report. And the next matter, OAG, were variances between IFMIS and financial statements. Through their written responses, were we able to resolve that?
Sure, that is That is an ongoing reconciliation with the National Treasury.
But it was not captured here in the report. Clerks, did we make a recommendation on that?
No, it was marked as resolved by the OAG.
So how was it resolved, OAG, if it is ongoing? Because resolved means that they've gone in, they've cleaned up the data and the financial statements and if mistie. Was it resolved?
I really don't think it was resolved because I know it's an ongoing issue with the National Treasury.
Because the entity has not responded to it.
They did respond, but we found that it's work in progress.
So we keep this in view?
Yeah.
So this one, even though it was not part of a recommendation, but it is emerging that it has not been satisfactorily dealt with, keep it in view, Auditor General to report. Pending bills?
Thank you, Chair. The next issue is on pending accounts payables of 861,319,545. I want to confirm that we've been given a schedule, and these transactions, they relate to the financial year 2024-2025. Once we get the financial statements, we are going to look at, we're going to audit. So currently...
Auditor, I think it would be neat just to read the finding. Just read it, then you can explain.
All right. And I read, pending accounts payables, it's under emphasis of matter. Annexes 2 and 4 to the financial statements on analysis of pending accounts payables reflect a balance of Kenya shillings 835,868,265 and Kenya shillings 25,451,280 for pending accounts payables, that is suppliers and other pending accounts payables respectively, totaling Kenya shillings 861,319,545, which were not settled as at 30th June 2024. Although management in the response indicated that they were unable to settle the bills during the year, since June disbursements totaling Kenya shillings 866 million was not received from the National Treasury, no evidence was provided to confirm that the bills were settled as a first charge in the subsequent year. Failure to settle bills during the year to which they relate distorts the financial statements and adversely affects the budgetary provisions for the subsequent year as they form the first charge. My opinion is not modified in respect of this matter. Thank you,
On
Chair.
pending accounts payables, the recommendation of the committee were pursuant to a resolution of the House on settling of pending bills. It's a fairly lengthy recommendation, so we will just take note of what is in writing. What action has the governor taken? Governor?
Without reading, I can read, but...
Your response is shorter than our recommendation, so just read.
Yeah, the county executive of Kitui prepared a payment plan for the pending bills of amounting to 829,918,625 after adjusting for bills which had been paid and submitted the plan to the controller of budget. This plan was part of the attachment to the responses submitted to the Senate earlier. The county and I'm reading the report, the management status report. That's where I'm reading from, not the original response. So the second part there is the county executive has been implementing the payment plan for pending bills, which outline the payment proposal to clear outstanding bills by the end of this financial year, which is 2024-2025. The county government paid a total of 682,677,006 as at 30th June 2025, comprising of Kenya shillings 561,701,531 development bills and 120,965,474 shillings for recurrent bills. The outstanding balance to date is 147,251,619 and 3 shillings. The amount has been budgeted in the current budget, that is 2025-2026 financial year, and the principle of ensuring that pending bills are the first charge to our budget, particularly development budget, we adhere to. And this is a huge improvement, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you'll agree, even when you compare the 147 counties. We found pending bills of over 2.5 billion. And we have really, and courtesy, advice, and guidance from the Senate. Thank you.
I saw the chief officer trying to clap for the governor.
No, we don't clap in Parliament. We shall throw you out. Auditor General, is it a fact that only 147 million from that year remain unsettled?
Chair, we can only confirm once we get the financial statements and we audit the transactions for this particular year. Thank you.
So, Auditor, also, we have zero tolerance for outstanding statutory remittances. Zero tolerance. Unless we are talking of some delayed, maybe 1 month of delayed salaries. But if you are going to find that there are deductions made from employees, for example, here there's a total of 11 million as pending staff payables. We must have zero tolerance to county governments owing employees because statutory deductions have already been deducted and cannot be remitted, or even pension contributions. Now, Governor, out of the 2-point-something billion, were they mostly civil works and services, or they were also statutory contributions? I'm not seeing, I've gone through your schedule. I'm not seeing much from KRA. Have you sorted out your pensions?
Actually, all our pension obligations have been addressed. In other words, paid, we pay on time. But KRA, we had a case with them, and we've since agreed there's a balance of about 242 million, which will pay. And that is accruing from 2018, 2019.
Does it form part of the stock that has been reported here? Does it form part of the 829?
No, but I saw those figures. We had the figures. I don't know the accountant general. You have those figures which indicates we have resolved matters with KRI from, I think, was it 2.5 billion to now is 142 million. Because, you know, they do a lot of estimation over the years, but we engage them, and I think we have reached that point. Are you able to speak to that, Father?
Yes.
Yeah, can you do that? Can you get a microphone?
Governor, allow me to give directions.
Yeah.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We had an issue of an assessment by KRI, which was amounting to a principal of about 1.4 billion. And we objected the assessment, and we were given an opportunity at the Tax Appeals Tribunal to go and resolve with the KRA. And we have agreed, we have reconciled the assessment, and what is outstanding is 143 million, which we are about now to sign the agreement so that we can start settling.
Auditor General, how do we get visibility on those things without them having to explain? The 1.46 billion demand, what should it be treated as? Is it a contingent liability, or would it be, where would it be captured if someone was just looking at these financial statements? Where would be the disclosure?
It should be under the contingent liability.
Was it reported as such?
Chair, let me confirm.
The preparers of the financial statements are here. Could you point us to where you disclosed the 1.4 billion contingent liability?
Yeah, Accountant General, are you able to do that?
Because financial statements should speak for themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Chair. Chair, we are not disclosed the 2.5 billion, although it was an issue of under dispute.
What is your understanding of contingent liabilities?
A liability that can go either way. Whether you pay, you can be, once the issue is resolved, it can become a liability on your side, or it can be, okay, it can go without having to burden you with the liability because you have not been found to be liable.
Is there a requirement to disclose those kind of liabilities under IPSAS?
And other disclosures under the cash basis.
Are you the preparer of these financial statements? Who signed off these financial statements?
I have signed.
So, is that 1.4 billion a contingent liability worth disclosing?
Yes, it is.
Was it disclosed?
It wasn't disclosed.
So were your financial statements representative of the true state of affairs in Kitui? What's the ISPAC number? I think that you must know.
17969.
You are in good standing?
Yes.
If you do not disclose 1.4 billion, a potential liability facing the county, that is 10% of your total revenues, isn't it?
Yes.
You have a 13 billion budget. 10%.
10%.
Is that fair reporting of the state of affairs of the entity, Governor? If you are called upon to pay 1.4 billion, would you be able to offer any services in Kitui?
I agree, we will be in a lot of problems. But part of the reason why maybe it was not disclosed is because it was a matter which was under consideration by the tax tribunal.
But you've disclosed other matters here that are still active in court.
Yeah, I'm saying...
You have disclosed 362 million as outstanding court cases. What about the matter that was still under discussion?
Yeah, I'm just saying... probably, I'm not committing myself why it was not disclosed, because I agree with you, it needs to be shown. But I think because it was...
Governor, don't excuse your officers. He's a member of the institute, he knows what IPSAS requires. He has done half the job by disclosing the court cases, but left out a very material figure of 1.4 billion. And I think as a professional, he understands what I'm talking about. And the question is why we should not report him to ISPAC for professional negligence.
Maybe, Chair, what he should be telling us is why he did not find over 1 billion Kenya shillings material enough to disclose. Because even if it's a matter that time and review by a tribunal, what would have stopped you from disclosing and putting there an addendum that this matter is disputed, this figure is disputed? I mean, what was the explanation? Why did you not find it necessary to disclose?
I did not just omit it because it was not material, but because it was something that we had objected and we are following it up under the tax appeals tribunal. But we reported the matters which are in court.
But you understand our concern?
Yeah, I understand.
As a CPA.
I understand.
Yeah, so that was an omission of very material disclosure.
I agree.
So it means that the 829 million was not representative of the full debt the county owed, because that KRA, which is very material, was out of it. So when you say you're remaining with a balance of 147, does it include the 143 due to KRA after the assessment?
I don't think it does.
Meaning you...
but I stand corrected.
It's almost 300 million outstanding.
But it isn't.
It doesn't include the 142 that we have to sign agreement with the KRA.
So it means your actual is about 290 million.
Yeah.
I also don't see anything, Lab Trust CPF, because I doubt there's any county that has resolved historical pension contributions. Is it the case, Governor, that in Kitui, the pension arrears from defunct municipalities and councils have been resolved in Kitui, and the balance is zero?
Yeah, that is the position, as I know it. We've received a number of trophies for being one of the counties which really have resolved matters with those pension funds.
So you can confirm?
But let me hear from a controller or accounts controller.
Yeah, because let's distinguish between historical and current.
Yeah,
there's a current from 2013 going onwards,
yeah.
But then the historical from the many entities that formed Kitui.
Yeah.
Is it your position that you owe Lab Trust, Lab Fund, CPF, whatever, nothing for those historical periods?
Yeah, let the controller of the...
who's the controller?
The controller who has just been speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have reconciled our accounts with CPF. The only bit that we have not agreed on is the accrued interest on the arrears. But we have paid all the outstanding principal. That one we did, I think, in 2022. We have also paid the outstanding for Love Fund, which was accrued from 2013 to date.
Is there demand from these bodies of a particular interest amount that has been communicated to you?
Yeah, from Love Fund.
How much is it?
Okay, the last demand that they raised was about 60 million for the period from the defunct local authorities to date.
And what is your position on it? Shouldn't it be disclosed if it's a demand on the organization?
Yeah, we will be disclosing it in this financial year's report.
Surely a fisherman cannot teach you how to keep books of accounts. That's basic disclosure. Auditor General, you must also ask these questions, because then the governor is proudly saying only 147 million is due, but there's a 142 million, there's a 60 million. So that's why we are telling the CEO not to clap.
So what are you planning to do with the 60 million? Because I think makwiny had a very innovative way of dealing with it. Maybe you can ask the governor. Do you intend to pay that 60 million? Do you intend to own it?
Yeah, if it is confirmed that we are owing, we'll pay it. We will pay it. We believe in paying our debts, even if it's to the pension funds.
But it needs to be somewhere in your books.
I agree. Yeah.
Otherwise, the governor who takes over after you, because you are not running again, it could be Governor Wambua. Governor Wambua, you will arrive and you'll find there's 1.4 billion KRA, 60 million Lab Fund. Then you'll call this guy a thief because it was not disclosed. You see, that's a risk, Governor. So do the right thing so that even your successors have visibility on the true state of affairs.
I pray that should that happen and I appear before you, then you'll take note that I was also pushing for the payment.
We shall have no mercy.
No, I think Senator Kajwang will be in government, so he will not be the chair of this committee.
Senator Sifuna might be the chair of this committee from the look of things.
Chair, I don't intend to stay in the opposition too long. In 2 years' time, when the people of Kenya speak, you might find me in a very powerful office.
I hope not interior. You'll terrorize all of us. You should be given spots. Fine. I think the message here is proper disclosure. And Governor, I hope now you're starting to see the value of this conversation, because sometimes we see things that you might not be able to see from where you're sitting. But OAG, please ask those questions. You are the professionals in this space.
Chair, maybe just lastly.
Yes, Senator Marumu.
I'm seeing there are some bills that are payable and have not been paid. That date back to 2021, 22.
Where are you, Chair? Where are you?
On that schedule?
There's a schedule. No. On the report, audit report. Yeah, there's a schedule at the back there. That there are some bills that are payable. Look at page 65. That date back in 2020, 2021. Like Mtoria agencies on page 65, the third line. 65 of the report. 65. Why haven't they been paid? Yet the bills are payable. And in the principle of FIFO, this should have been paid first before the bills of 2024. What is the challenge? I went page 65 on that schedule. There is an agency called Mtoria Agencies, 2020, 2021. Their bill is 90,000. It has not been paid up to now. Mtoria Agencies. Yeah. We are on the Auditor General on Account Executive of Kitui, page 65.
And unfortunately, we are looking at the combined report.
You are looking at?
We are not looking at the original.
Okay, but you can still answer. You can still answer because these are your documents.
Yeah.
On page 65, the third last line, Phyllis Samdo Traders, 2018-2019, their bill is 123,000. It is indicated as payable, but it has not been paid. So what are the reasons?
Let me ask my Minister for Finance to respond to that.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We agree that we have small bills and most of them are accruing from consumables. Mainly, they are foodstuffs from the hospitals. And
Order, Chair. What do you mean small bills? Because 90,000 can be a lot of money to a small trader. Like on page 71, there is a bill for 2021-2022 or to Jack Dogs Oasis Limited. They are supposed to be paid 2.4 million. What do you mean a small bill?
Honorable Chair, I withdraw the word small, not to mean not to pay. But before these payments are done, it has got to go through a due process. Yes, it was agreed that it's payable. But when it comes to the controller or the control of the account or the accountant general, he has now to verify the documentation correctly. And some of these payments which have been written payable, they came from a task force which reported that they were payable. But from the task force report, we in Department of Finance, we have to confirm up to the details that these were
See, without interrupting you, I thought the task force was constituted to verify and tell the county executive that they're supposed to pay. Why do you not do the same work which you didn't do to necessitate you to put up a task force? and you're doing the work again. So what was the mandate?
Honorable Chair, true, from the report, we have really identified some areas where the report says they are payable, and when you go check with the system, because it is SIFMIS, you find that that payment, for example, it was paid, but this particular vendor, for example, did another business and delivered those statements. It happens in Kenya, and we have to verify. And Honorable Senator, it is good for us to verify. If we don't verify, the Office of the Auditor General again will be like, we colluded to pay that which had been paid.
So when I go to verify, because these traders must be paid, you are killing small businesses. Very many small businesses in Kitui are dying. They are closing shop because of this type of pending bills. The figures you gave us were quite impressive, Governor. But then when you delay payment from 2021 and these people took loans, there's need to be worried, Governor.
Yeah, I think the point is made. It's supposed to be FIFO, first in, first out. And we'll be looking at the report that the Auditor General will generate to confirm whether those, the ones you're calling small suppliers, have been sorted out. Actually, this thing of saying hospital supplies is going to be a big disaster, because you are going to FIF. And under FIF, the hospital suppliers should be paid directly from those funds. So if they are pending bills, hospital administrators are going to refuse to pay. And there'll be some suppliers who are going to suffer. I see that in a number of counties, but let's leave that to the OAG. We can move a bit faster on...
Can I just ask for clarification?
Senator Ngwe?
Because the CEO told us that the pending bill that as of now is around 147, then inclusive of the interest, the another 140 something. So is that calculation inclusive of this figure that I'm seeing here of matters that are in court, and you're saying that maybe payments shall be made when the case is concluded? Did you capture this in the figure that you gave? They're part of that? Yes. Okay.
I don't think your answer is factual, because contingent liabilities are separate from pending bills. So you cannot say yes.
There are those the legal and the legal matters were also captured in during the pending bills committee, so they are part of the total amount.
They can't be pending bills if they are still in court.
We have paid even some of them about 300 and something million. So they were part of all the pending bills which we received.
CEO, I ask that question is because, you know, when you look at from page 116 of the OAG report, 118 to 120, the total is 362 million.
You know, we are not on the same page.
I don't think so.
Ourselves, we are referring to the combined report, and you have gone back to the Auditor General's report, so we
no, it's a point of reference.
Yeah.
It's a point of reference. You must have it, and the senators are very, correct to refer to it.
So the clarification I was seeking is whether those contingent liabilities are part of your computation for the outstanding pending bills.
Chief Officer, that's something I would answer, but I'm not in your position. Your earlier answer is misleading.
Let the minister answer, because it doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to look at the reference here, because the question is very clear. Whether any money is owed by somebody or who claims he's owing something and they have gone to court, whether we are provided for that. Yes. Yeah. So let the minister respond to that.
Chair, I think there are two answers. There are matters in court which were concluded, and in governance wisdom, he had another committee to discuss the decree and the awards and the degrees, and that is what is now included in what we have reported. The matters which are pending in court, we not in the figures which are there, Honorable Senator.
So the 300 is litigation in progress. Once they are concluded, that's when they come to the accounts payables, isn't it? I think that would have been the simple answer.
So in that case, then, in totality, then, the money owed would be in the upwards of 600 million?
Correct, because that is a potential liability.
Yeah, potential liability, but not a liability. Because if we treat every claim...
No, it is a liability. That's why it's called a contingent liability. That's why we have already discussed that they need to be disclosed. All the contingent liabilities must be disclosed for proper planning.
Yeah, but we can't add them onto confirmed liabilities and pending bills and say we owe all this.
The Chair, why I was saying that is because whereas what the Governor is saying is true, it's also true that you cannot declare that it's a provision for bad debt because the matter is your life. So in your thinking, you are saying, okay, what has been confirmed is 300 million. The other people in court for another 362 million, which could go either way. So you can't make a provision either way. You can't say I'm budgeting for this or I'm entering this as bad debt.
Yeah, so we are in agreement. Honorable members, unresolved prior year matters is what we are dealing with. Non-compliance with 1/3 rule of basic salary, that has already been demonstrated. Some people are earning zero. Keep that in view, Auditor General. Non-compliance with law on ethnic diversity, I think we keep that in view. I know the Cohesion Committee has been doing an inquiry on that. Non-compliance with the law on fiscal responsibility. The Auditor General reports that you are at 38%, which the fiscal responsibility requires 35%. So you're not too far off the target. But your expenditure on development, I wanted to find out, and maybe your accountants could help you. What is this that you spent on? There's a note 9 on acquisition of assets. I think that's page 27, note 9 on acquisition of assets on your financial statements. And I can see construction and civil works, you spent 2 billion on that from 782 million the prior year. It was 2 billion. What is this that you did worth 1.something billion in Kitui? Could you give us a few examples? We did project A, 500 million, project B, 200 million, project C, 700 million. Because sometimes when you ask governors this question, you realize that the biggest investment they did was to buy a grader at 20 million. So in Kitui, just help us understand this 2 billion. What are some of the projects that you spent on? Because you have separated construction of roads, 391 million, construction of buildings, 312 million, purchase of vehicles, 123 million, research, studies, project preparation, design and supervision, 251 million. Those have been separated. So what is this thing that you spent 2 billion on in that year?
If I'm not having that report, but
I hope
we did.
They have it.
We had allocated the water ministry over 400 million shillings, and they have done about 19 samples.
For water, 400 million?
Yeah, we have also allocated sand dams, about 120 million, 3 per ward. That's about 120 million. The hospitals...
Per ward? 120 per ward?
Sand dams.
Okay.
Those are embankments across rivers so that you can retain both sand and water.
So it's about 120 million.
Yeah, about 120 million.
Mm-hmm.
In health, also there's been work which has been completed. For example, we had a mortuary in Mwingi, in Kitui, which have been completed. We have had a number of healthy facilities across the entire county, which we have done, and so forth and so on. And I'm saying this without looking at anything. And in each of the 10 ministries, there is development work which has been undertaken there.
Of course, the 3.5 billion has been broken down. What caught my attention was one line of 2 billion. So I just wanted to, because maybe you did a project worth 700 million. Chair Park, can you tell us, out of this 2 billion on construction and civil works, you as the assembly, what are some of the noticeable projects that have been done? I know your stadium is being fixed by the national government. Or maybe the senator is...
So maybe, Chair,
Senator, I'm asking for a position of innocence.
Yes.
Because I would like to take something.
Saying that, then we have another project. We call it CLIDIP, Community Level Infrastructure Development Program, which is allocated perhaps the highest amount of money, 700 million plus, and that money is implemented in each ward, and our members of the county assembly can confirm that. That one you will not see it in a single huge project, but it is done all over and it has huge impact to our people. Also, we have a project water. Which we are doing with World Vision, which we have put in about 200 million plus, and which will be launching on the 11th. A 1.1 billion Kenya shillings project.
One single multi-year project?
Yeah, one project, not single year, multi-year.
Multi-year.
Yeah, and we are doing in partnership with
So the
Vision.
people of Kitui can see 2 billion injected in a year.
That one I can...
How much maybe goes to a ward, and how many wards are there?
We have 40 wards, and in each of the wards, we don't look at development like that, because if you look at development from that perspective, even at the national government, if you say that development budget divided by 290, you will have taken this country to...
So there's nothing like
to the river.
What projects?
Yeah. So, but on average, there has been an expenditure, although that is over the period since we got in, of more than 100 million per ward. You see projects, ECD classes, drifts, markets, many things, water projects and so forth.
Honorable Chair, do you agree? You are the ones who approve the budgets for the county government. The 2 billion is visible, verifiable.
Yes.
Maybe when you're doing your inquiry, those are some of the questions you should be asking.
Yes.
A breakdown of the 2 billion, because it's quite a lot of money if injected in a county. And assuming it was injected over 10 years, that is enough to ensure that people have access to water, people have access to good roads, and the other things that are required.
So Chair, allow me to say something about the apportioning of that budget. And that's why you had me asking about the KAI. You know, Chair, there is an injustice that is being administered on a number of counties in this country. On these projects that are initiated by the national government and implemented at the county level on a cost-share basis. So somebody comes up with a program called the KAI, and then they say a county government spends X amount of money, the national government gives a shilling for a shilling to undertake the project. And then, for whatever reason, they decide it's going to be phased out. So we have phase 1, this number of counties, phase 2, this number of counties. So the county government of Kitui is not in the phase 1 of this KAI. But then, because they believed in it, I believe in it myself, so the assembly and the executive agreed to do their portion. And they start the construction of the project. But the national government is yet, unless they have already done it, is yet to honor their side of the bargain. And yet there are counties that I know, and I don't want to mention here, Chair, that were given the initial share by the national government, and they have not even done the foundation, not laid the foundation stone for the projects. So, Chair, one of the things that you may want to do, so that we also talk value for money, there are counties that have already used their funds for these national government projects, or the cost-shared projects. Then the government share should follow immediately, so that we complete these projects and people start seeing value for their monies. Otherwise, we'll be seeing hundreds of millions of shillings spent on a project that is 50% done, and we cannot progress because the remaining balance must come from the national government. That would be important, Chair.
Yeah, I think the failure is also on the part of the governors. When they go to IBEC, they agree to some of these projects, which Governor Orengo sat here saying it doesn't make sense. Governor makwiny, I think, also said it doesn't make sense. Governor Nairobi said it doesn't make sense. You cannot do a one size fits approach when it comes to aggregation and industrialization because of different comparative advantages. So the Senate ends up passing the law.
Mr. Chairman and my Senator, we got the 250 from the national government in this year's budget. And you know, those budgets have not been uploaded by the National Treasury.
The money has finally come.
Yeah, it's in the budget now, this year. But we had to do everything ourselves, and the work is visible, about 250 million.
Okay, so again, Auditor General, please also ask those questions. We must finish within the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, we will ask you to return. We have a number of stalled projects.
The problems, the contractor who was doing it was terminated. He went to court. He was awarded some costs, and the interest started accumulating, and we had to engage them to complete things with him so that we can continue with work. And we have indicated in our response here, we are going to allocate money this year, about 115, so that we can continue the project, because it's a very, very important project. And then we will finish next year, because it's a multi-year project. You can't do it at a go.
Has anything moved since 11th of September 2024?
They were in court, and matters had not been concluded.
No. The auditor says that an agreement, an out-of-court settlement was reached on 18th June, and the amount was paid on 24th June, but on 11th September, the project had stalled. So has anything happened since 11th of September 2024?
No, Mr. Chairman.
There's been, so you have not done a fresh contract?
No, but we have now gotten new estimates, and we are going to budget for the project.
What was the percentage completion as at the time of termination?
I think the percentage was, how much was it? I think it was not more than 30%, if I recall. Yeah? 15%. Yeah, people from here, they are saying about 15%.
About 15%?
Yeah.
So this is outstanding. We keep it in view?
Yeah. If you want to hear, if the completion was at 15%, what about the percentage of payment? What was it?
If you factor, one of the worst things and one of the lessons, I think, for Kitui and even
payment is about 40%, because it's about 100 million out of a contract sum of 242.
Yeah, but that includes a huge amount of the award. We are supposed to pay him award alone. Maybe can I bring in the solicitor, talk to this point, how much we are supposed to pay this person?
Governor, we have the numbers here.
Yeah.
In the report, the Auditor General has them.
Yeah, but that amount is not for work done. There is a huge amount relating to the award he got. And we had to negotiate the interest so that it doesn't charge it. Otherwise, it will be either 150 or 186. Yeah. Just award alone.
We have the figures. The award was 53 million. The award was 254 million.
Yeah.
But out of court settlement was 53 million.
Yes.
So 53 million plus the initial 51 million.
Yes.
Means 100 million was paid.
Yeah, but that does not represent work done.
Correct.
Or work done is just what was paid. These are the award. It's just the claims.
Was the award, was the out of court settlement on the basis of certified work, or there were also other consequential losses?
Solicitor, can you talk to this point, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The 53 compensation was on the basis of the value of works done. What maybe I could request we confirm is the percentage of completion to date.
So there were no consequential losses built, because perhaps the 254 million is the one that had computed all the consequential losses, isn't it?
Yeah, the 254 had the consequential losses.
But when you came to 53, it was on the basis of certification.
Yeah.
So if 100 million has been certified and only 15% has been done, then there's a mismatch there.
Chair, what I would wish we confirm probably is the rate of completion, so that we may also not, so that we get it accurately. Thank you.
But you know, Solicitor, I don't think we can confirm that because the governor has already gone on record and said that from the last submissions, nothing has happened. So it is just where it was. It was 15%, it remains that. It can only go down, it cannot go up. It can only go down because of depreciations and all that.
So we allow the Auditor General because the audit is going. I think they had also asked that they keep this in view in the current audit, but auditor do the percentage, the certification and payment, and if there's a big mismatch, then we can pronounce ourselves that the people who made these decisions must be held accountable. Then again, Governor, these are the things that, because we are asking, where is the 2 billion? Someone from Kitui will ask, this hospital is stalled. Where is that 2 billion? You know, leadership and politics is about perception. When they see the hospital stalled, but you're spending 2 billion elsewhere, there are people who reach the conclusion that you're doing nothing because of one stalled project. So I hope that even though you don't need re-election, you are conscious about that public perception.
I may need to be a candidate in 2027. So I'll still be cautious.
I think the governor wants to come to the Senate now that Governor Wambua is going to be the governor. So
the good
maybe he has seen an opportunity.
He will never be a member of this committee. Yeah. Okay.
That matching chair is very important because, you and I and him, we were in Nandi. No, we were in Uasin Gishu. And the governor was insisting that they have done 75% of the stadium.
Correct.
But when they take you there,
there is nothing.
It's hardly 20%.
Yes.
And when people are talking about value for money, those are the things that people are talking about. Yeah. So it's important to get. So if you are paid 15%, then the works done should not be less than that 15%. That's important.
Okay, let's proceed. The X-ray building, completion of X-ray building. Governor, is this done or not?
Yeah, the X-ray building is done. CEO, with your permission, Chair, CEO Health is here. Let me talk to that.
So two things you address: the X-ray building and installation of the X-ray machine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Let me talk to, instead of reading the whole thing, there were 10 machines. 8 of them are installed. They were bought in 2017, 2018. Now the X-ray building was completed, and we are planning to install the machine before the end of September after we put a 3-phase power system.
Where were the 8 machines installed?
In 8 sub-county hospitals.
Different
locations, yeah.
We are talking of Kaui Hospital.
Yes, Kaui Hospital. So now that is what I've concluded with. So for the Kaui...
There an X-ray machine at Kaui Hospital?
Yes, there is.
Is it installed?
No, it is not installed.
When was it bought?
It was bought in 2018.
So from 2018 to date, that is 7 years.
Yes.
Why has it not been installed?
Several reasons. Let me go directly. Number one, the matter was picked by the EACC, and it meant it resulted in delaying of the implementation of the project. And then this machine was supplied without a house in place. So when we came in, we built a X-ray
7 years. 7 years, my friend. Okay. Just have in mind that it is 7 years.
Yes.
It's not 7 months or 7 weeks. Continue with your story.
Yes. So to conclude, then we are planning to now we are going to pay. We have gotten a quotation from Kenya Power to put a 3-phase.
7 years to get 3-phase. What wrong did the people of Kaui do, Governor, for them to be subjected to this?
I think we came in 2022. We were just doing our 3rd year, and you can see there was no building.
Yes.
Quite a number of the other machines
Still governor.
And we are going to do it by September.
A 2 million contract to improve a facility, 2 million, we all build here. That is a job that can be done in 3-4 months, 2 million.
Yeah.
You have an X-ray worth 70 million. Was that a single X-ray?
No.
Oh, that was for the...
It was for the 10 of them, eh?
Yeah.
Yes.
So why were the other 8 installed and the people of Kaui subjected to this charade?
Okay, out of the 10, when the 8 were bought, the houses were ready for installation. So when we came in, we constructed a house for there are 2 of them. In fact, there is Kaui and also Sekuru. And the Kanyangi, there were 3 of them. There were 7 of them, 8 houses, they were bought and they were installed. So the 3 didn't have houses. So we constructed the houses.
At what point is obsolescence of some of this equipment?
Pardon?
At what point do they become obsolete? After how many years?
7 years. After 7 years.
So what are you installing? You are going to install an obsolete equipment in Kaui.
What are you installing?
What wrong did they do to this government, Governor, that you are giving them an obsolete equipment after waiting 7 years, while others have had X-ray services?
Mr. Chairman, to be fair, we found they had been procured, they had not been installed, ESCC had seized the matter, and there were all sorts of delays. But we have constructed the building where we are going to install the X-ray machine, and there was no 3-phase electricity, and it requires 3-phase electricity. There was some arrangement with this German organization where they were supposed to support REREC so that they bring 3-phase. When we reviewed this matter last, I said we have to forget about that. We pay for the 3-phase ourselves, and then we install that machine there. Thank you, Chairman.
Allow me. Governor, how much did we pay for the 3-phase? How much did this cost?
Phase is 1.3 million. That's a figure I was given.
1.3.
Yeah.
Now, Chair, Kaui, so that we are in picture, is not a facility that is in some remote place. It is within arguably the fastest growing town in Kitui County. It's actually our COVID center. The last time I checked, Kaui Hospital is actually our COVID center. Now, this X-ray machine that was supplied alongside those other sub-county hospitals 7 years ago, Chief Officer of Health, you must be the one telling us that once a machine has outlived its span, 2 things happen. One, the consumables disappear from the market because of advanced technology, so you can't use it. And secondly, if you have been using it and you continue using it after its lifespan, it becomes a source of threat to the patients. So I'm wondering, why are you insisting on installing a machine that, in your own admission, is already obsolete? What value will it serve?
Chair. Yeah, CEO?
Yes.
That's true. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To respond on that, Senator, this machine was not even installed. So you normally count in terms of radiation when the machine is being exposed. So it is still in the box.
I'm asking you listened to my first leg of the question about consumables. Will you be able to use this machine? Are the consumables still available in the market, or you start now doing improvisations of?
What's the CEO's? What's your profession?
Okay, my first degree is biochemistry. Then.
So you're saying as long as the machine is in the box, even if it took 50 years, it will not be obsolete?
Chair, can I?
No, it can become obsolete on other reasons. For
There's
example,
a difference between obsolescence and wear and tear.
Yes.
What you're describing is wear and tear. Obsolescence is about advancement in technology.
Technology, yes.
That the technology of 7 years ago is not what we have today. I think we need to be careful, because we might be foolish but not stupid. So I think this matter needs to be contextualized. And Governor, please, the next issue is about an oxygen plant. Again, same scenario. So Senator Cherargei, you may ask, but we need to tie these two, and we then demonstrate some of the failures that your administration is having. And it's not just about blaming the past. It's about taking leadership right now.
Unfortunately, when you come and find a problem and you now want to solve it, sometimes it takes time, particularly when the other agencies have gotten in. It's unfortunate, these Kaui cases, and what we'll need to do from a management point of view now and leadership is assess that machine. If its lifespan is coming to an end, instead of installing it, we acquire another machine for Kaui, because Kaui Hospital is a very important hospital for Kitui. That's where matters COVID were being attended to, apart from KCRH. So we need that there. We need this there.
So members, let's look at the two Kauios, the X-ray and the oxygen plant machine together, because it seems to be having the same problem.
Go,
yes.
X-ray is very critical. Governor, I find, and I don't agree with your first part of argument that when you find things, because we know government exists in perpetuity. That's the reason you are in office. Number two, I can see there were 10 X-ray machines of 70 million from Seguro all the way to Kawi Sub-County Hospital. In your response, you are saying the EACC picked this matter over irregularities, procurement or whatever. Is it not out of curiosity, was the irregularity picked by EACC only specifically for Kawi Sub-County Hospital or the entire of it? Number two, you have indicated that you are partnering with REREC. But that last part of your response, it looks like Kawi was not part of the partnership, because you have quoted that they needed 1.3 million for the upgrade. And you have gone ahead to say that by end of September 2025, the money will be paid, the county to X-ray machine, by October 2025. So my question is, this money available now? Because we are 19, it's exactly 19, we are 10 days from September. Is this 1.3 available?
Well, the budgets of all county governments have not been uploaded into the new e-procurement system. But this is one of our priorities. Once they are uploaded, we will ensure three-phase electricity
Governor,
security.
I understand the entire part of budgeting, of doing that. Is this money in the budget?
Yes, I believe in the Ministry of Health, yes.
Yes, it is in the budget.
It's in the budget?
Yes, it is in the
So
budget.
if they have not been offloaded into the system, how can you mislead the committee by saying it will be paid by the end of September? Don't you think that is lying under oath, Governor?
When we prepared this response, we did not know there will be the inordinate delay which has been experienced. Although we were among the very first counties to have our budgets cleared by control our budget,
Okay.
we are still waiting.
I get you now. Let's go back to my question. In this EACC matter, so that I see it ground, was it only the Kawi Sub-County Hospital X-ray machine, or was it among the other that you had purchased 70 million? And finally, this supply, you have indicated, just tie up with what I'm asking on the 70 million, this supply of computer, printer, and other connectivities accessories, were they supplied to the other hospitals, including Kawi?
Let the Chief Officer answer, but your first part of the question, I think the EACC inquiry was not limited to Kawi alone.
So then I will come back to where the chair was asking. Then, if in your response you say the rest have been fixed with, then what offense did the people of Kawi commit? Because if EACC had picked the entire thing, then why did the Kawi delay and the others have gotten the opportunity? Don't you think it is being unfair?
I think that was responded to. In the other places, there were buildings for housing
So
the
it is
three
not
machines.
EACC.
But
So-
in the three places,
Yes.
that is Kanyangi, Sikuru, and Kawi, there were no buildings.
So it is
And
not
then
true. I agree, Governor, I've read your response. It is not true that it is not about EACC. It is because there was no building. True or false?
Yes, you're correct.
Then you don't
EACC.
No, leave it there, Governor. Then you don't need to argue about EACC. Thank you, Chair. I sit ground.
Chair, the problem is governors just doing things for the sake of doing things. Why buy an X-ray machine for a facility where there is no building to install the machine? Why are you buying it? Why buy an X-ray machine for a facility that does not have the requisite electricity supply to run the machine? What exactly are you doing? You know, it's just some of those things. It's annoying.
I think, Governor, I know you were you out of office then? I think.
It's not in office. Those persons.
But now I know you are excited.
By somebody
No,
else.
I know why you are excited. Now we are not going that direction. Now I want to assist. There is what we call need assessment, the budgeting, the public participation. Before these machines were purchased, as my brother has said, they must have been reports, and that report triggered the procurement process. So among your officers, was there anybody that sat then that pushed for this aqua of 70 million, or you came and cleaned the house, everybody went home?
No, we had to clean the house.
So there is no one who was
from that
there.
perspective.
Through the chair, there is no one who sat in that procurement committee then and tendering process?
The ones who we have with us today, none of them sat in there. Yeah.
This is very unfortunate, Chair, because I think people, sorry, before I sit back, I think this rent-seeking mindset, because I think at that time they cared about purchasing machines because maybe they wanted kickback. Because I thought by the time report came, Kawi should have shown there is no building. So their purchase of Kawi X-ray should have waited until the building is, and the need assessment that was there that triggered the procurement. So I agree with the EACC on this angle, where you are purchasing something for the sake so that you can make, and this is very dangerous, rent-seeking type of behavior.
You know, Chair, I was just going to be saying that, yes, it is true that there was a different person in office at the time of the purchase of these machines and other things, not just the machine, the machines and other things.
The crusher.
I was in Mwingi over the weekend, Chair,
Yes.
On Sunday, and I saw some trucks, you know, parked
some place that a governor thought they should buy trucks to transport animals to the market, and when they appeared before a committee of parliament, the argument was that she did not want the animals to lose weight as they walk to the next market. At a time that we don't have X-ray machines in hospitals or ambulances to take people to hospital. You know, Governor, there is a point that you will just have to just. But see now who is being asked questions about those decisions. It gets to a point that you have to call people by their names. Yeah, call people by their names. That former governor, chair, and I have no apologies to make about this. That's a person who should never ever hold any public office of whatever nature, because it's a person who has sunk us. That she sunk our county to levels unimaginable. How do you go buying trucks to ferry animals because you don't want them to get tired as they go to the market? What kind of thinking is that? What kind of thinking is that? How do you buy machines for a hospital where there is no electricity, there is no building to install the machine? The 7 years down the line, you may have to make the hard decision to buy another machine. So that is money belonging to the county that has just gone into waste. That's what it is. So these people should be called out for who they are, Chair.
I think while you are prosecuting issues of Kitui, the President has issued an executive order establishing a multi-agency team on war against corruption. The multi-agency team shall be led by the executive and domiciled in the office of the Attorney General. Notwithstanding that Article 79 has clearly assigned the function of legislation to establish the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Now another multi-agency team has been set up where the EACC is just a member out of many others, and the chairperson is the executive office of the President. So I think you should say those things you are saying before that multi-agency team.
I will say a lot of things. I will say a lot of things. I will say a lot of things, including then it would appear like the President has an appetite for setting up teams, you know, to do jobs that are being done by other people. Chair, I saw yesterday you people also unveiled a team led by my friend Dr. Zani to help you achieve a certain agenda that you had set for yourselves. And I keep asking myself, if you have agreed to do something, so you just do it. Why do we need people to come and make sure that we do the things that we have agreed to do?
But you need to be cautious because those recommendations were made by Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
Because he was co-chairing with the Parliament.
And Chair, the last time I checked on those recommendations, the implementation was supposed to be within 12 months. Outside of 12 months, Kalonzo Musyoka is not a party to this.
Okay, I think sugar levels are going down now. And looking at the clock, we the members have been here. This is our second meeting of the day. So it's been a long day. Now, there are three projects here that everything, court case, EACC, they are not concluded. The auditor has asked us that they can keep these in view in the current audit. That is the maternity, which we have dealt with, the X-ray, the oxygen plant.
So the billing of the X-ray is complete?
It is not complete. It is not conclusive. It is outstanding. Does not matter what they say now. The fact is that it's not done.
Okay.
It is not value for money. And Auditor General also look out for lawfulness. You have brought out value for money, but was there lawfulness in the procurement and the decisions that were made? There is the issue of Kabati Slaughterhouse. Done or not done, Governor?
We are at the tail end of concluding that. It's in court.
From 2008?
Yes.
Even before
2008, you know, even Devolution was in there.
Is there an alternative slaughterhouse in that general area?
Yeah, there are many actually.
Within that catchment, there are alternatives?
They may not be run by the county government, but there are others which are run by individuals.
Well,
But,
since
but
counties run,
we are
it's a
keen-
function of counties, abattoirs, ETCs.
Yeah.
So that's one of the functions of counties. So since 2008, what has the county provided as an alternative to livestock farmers?
Yeah,
when
there,
this matter has been
there are
outstanding.
other abattoirs. Some county-owned. Kitui town is not very near, and Matinyani and so forth and so on. But we are keen to actually have the matter in court concluded so that we can take possession of the building, because the person who constructed it in 2008 as he refused to give it, even after we paid him more money than the original contract sum, because he had gotten a court order. And it's been delayed. We've been to court about twice, and every time it's excuses. But I think solicitor can confirm the judge has said no more postponement. Yeah, thank you.
So what's your message to the people of that area?
The area, let them be
The
patient.
livestock farmers.
We are seized of the matter, and we trust sooner than later the court will give the final determination. Ourselves, we are ready if there is money which we are supposed to pay him, although we don't believe we should. We will pay him so that we can have the animals around that area slaughtered there.
Chair. What is the value of the project? And so far, how much have you spent?
I will ask maybe the solicitor, because I know he's been called to court to tell. But the original value, you'll be surprised. These are some of the things. Inheriting is a big problem. It was originally 4 million. When we came in, we were given a bill of that 8 million to pay.
From 4?
Yeah, from 4 million. It was given by the former local authority. 2008 was how many years before devolution, which came in 2013? You can see. So there is a problem there.
So you eventually paid 6 million?
Yeah, we paid 6. Maybe solicitor can give more accurate
The
figures.
facts are here, unless there are different facts the solicitor has.
Yeah.
You paid 6 million on 26th of September 2023.
Yeah.
So is the land owned by the county?
Yeah.
And you paid the...
We are paid more than 6, and that's the reason why I'm
You are
asking.
paid the contract. It's a contractor who has employed security to secure the facility.
Yeah,
pursuant to court orders.
There's
or,
only one person who is in there, but in his claim, which he put into the court, it says 3.
It says 3?
Yeah, so he has computed costs based on that. So that's one of the things which we are disputing.
But there was a court ruling. The court made a ruling for 6 million, isn't it? Wasn't that final? Or the appeal?
And that's the reason why, with your permission, can we bring in the solicitor?
Yes,
to
solicitor.
illuminate the matter?
Is there an appeal on this matter? Or that was the final settlement.
Thank you, Chair. If I may respond to it, you are right. The final award was for 6 million, but you notice this was way back in 2016. So over the years, we have had interest accrued on it. So that's why the total claim now would go beyond the 6 million.
No, Can I? Chair, let me just paint this picture. You know, it's in my town that this abattoir. So, and it is in the town of that man seated there. So there, that ends here from my friend from
the chair.
Kawi. Yes,
the chair of PAC.
Yes. I've personally been seized of this matter. I have met at site with the solicitor and the MCR, the community, and the contractor. And me, as a way forward, Governor, I would request, you know, there are things that don't have to drag in court for so long. There are things that people can sit and agree on and append their signatures on an agreement and open that facility for use by the residents of that area.
Governor, without belaboring this point, when I listened to that contractor, I got the feeling that perhaps not in your government, in the previous government, perhaps he was mishandled. Yeah? Suggestions, according to him, no, I cannot verify that. Suggestions that, it's okay, we can pay you, but if we pay you then, or you only get half of it, and then the rest, I believe, Governor, it's a matter that you personally can take on and sit down with the contractor and agree that, this project was due to the people of Kitui 17 years ago. To date, these people have not been getting good service. And the small slaughterhouses around there, they are not very hygienic. They are not. It's a danger actually to people's health. Agree with him, and out of court settlement, settle the matter, and let that facility. In fact, that facility, look at it, Governor, and I was looking at it 2 weeks ago. I had this event, and I took some animals there for slaughter. I was surprised. I paid almost 57,000 shillings to the private guy to slaughter some animals. And that is money that could have gone to the county. So the county is losing a lot of revenue by not having that facility running. And I believe it's not a matter that we should just leave to the courts to deal with. It's a matter that really gentleman's agreement on this thing, and a deal is signed and we get it done.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have invited this gentleman for meetings, and the solicitor can confirm a number of meetings have been held with him with a view to resolving it and ourselves paying whatever needs to be paid. But the guy has been very difficult. Actually, the most difficult contractor we have dealt with. Of course, this issue of being asked to do this, we pay you, even what he has told the senator is not during my tenure. We don't do business like that. But it's a very, very difficult. Maybe when the senator is there and the Kaui MCA, who is Chairman Park, he talks softly. The guy is problem. But we are ready to resolve matters with him as earliest as possible.
Now, let me ask, a number of 3-4 issues here been cited as being in court. And the Auditor General also reports that you are yet to appoint a county attorney. Why is that so? When you have 300 million in terms of contingent liabilities in court, when you have the County Attorneys Act, Governor, why haven't you established or why haven't you appointed a county attorney? You keep referring to the solicitor, but the County Attorneys Act requires a county attorney who sits in cabinet.
Chairman, the solicitor is the principal assistant to the county attorney.
So who is the assistant?
He's been acting the solicitor because there is no deputy attorney position. But the procedure which is supposed to be followed, where the governor constitutes a selection panel, the selection panel advertises, shortlists interviews, makes a recommendation to the governor. Governor chooses one person to send to the county assembly, has been done. So I'm waiting for the county assembly to make a decision on the county secretary, county attorney, and the secretary through the county public service board.
You've never had a county attorney since the enactment of the law?
No, county attorney law is 2020. So I found it there.
So since 2020, Kitui has not had a county attorney.
My predecessor has had, I think, about 2. This one can't stay for one reason or another, and they go. Another one counts like that.
Do you
so when I came, I didn't
see it as a priority, considering
it is. It is. That's the reason why I've taken it through the route. I've taken it. And I'm sure sooner than later, the County Assembly will make a decision on
Deer Park, is that a matter that is before the Assembly?
Yes, I can confirm that the County Assembly received names, the designated members for the positions of the County Attorney, the County Secretary, and the Secretary to the Public Service Board.
And what are you doing with that?
The Speaker actually committed them to the Committee on Appointments and gave them 21 days to come up with the findings at the before the House.
So hopefully by the end of the audit, this appointment will have been done.
Hopefully so.
So again, on that separate issue of County Attorney, we can keep it in view pending the audit.
Maybe
Senator Cherargei?
Governor, I've seen, maybe I didn't get you, Governor, your solicitor, I've seen the matter is going back to court. Is it for assessment, number one? Number two, in your responses, you have paid 17,248,605. Why did you pay this before agreeing? Because on the last part, I can see you are going back to court in December 2025, 10th, to verification of accounts after the direction of Deputy Registrar. So why would you pay, yet you don't know the total cost that will be incurred from value of works, watchman wages, arbitration cost, accrued interest, and legal fees, all totaling to 17,248,605 and 40 cents. I really want to know the strength of that payment. Number two is, and then what are you going to do in court? Yet you are yet to agree on the arbitration process. And finally, Chair, I have seen that the OAG says the slaughterhouse has not been handed over. So is it part of the arbitration engagement that you have? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, last question. Yes, he has not handed over. He has said he will not hand over unless he's paid 38 million. That's what we were saying. For a project where the contract sum in 2008 was actually 3-point-something, not even 4 million. But it's true what you have said, Senator. Some 17 million has been paid, and I would like to invite the solicitor to explain that matter and what going back to the court will be all about.
Tell us what was the strength of this 17 million without an agreement. I thought by the time arbitration award had been given, you now conclude including the handing over. What was the strength of paying this money?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may, the payment of the 17 million is being paid as, maybe if I could start, we have been engaging this contractor from 2023. And while we were engaging him, he was in the process of enforcing this judgment. So since this is enforcement process, Chair, as you may know, arrest warrants are often obtained to get specific county officers, in this case the county secretary, under orders of mandamus to be arrested for not complying with orders of the court. So the directions we got from the court was that we have in our own assessment what we think is owing. So the 17 million is the award in respect of works, value of watchman wages, interests accrued from 2016, and including the legal fees and the costs of the arbitrator's award. Thank you, Chair.
So who's representing the county, by the way? Is it in-house attorneys or outsourced firm?
Thank you, Chair. We are represented by the firm of Muma Kanjama in that matter.
Senator Cherargei?
So, in short, what are you doing as in-house counsel? Or you only advise the governor?
Because the 3 million will balloon into huge amounts for the contractor and
legal fees.
Muma Kanjama is also not cheap. That's why we are saying that this thing of county attorney needs to be resolved. In fact, I don't know how many advocates do you have within your complement?
We have 3, Chair.
3. And as per the staff establishment, how many should be should we have?
7.
So, Governor? Because you are not strained on wage bill, you are at 38%. Nothing stops you from engaging competent people that will reduce on your exposure, reduce also on your external legal costs.
Great, Chair. Once we have the county attorney, we'll look at the others, but we keep our eyes also on the wage bill and the totality of the work we have to deliver to the people of Kitui as well.
Yeah, and whatever you are spending on
and whatever you are spending and whether it's value for money.
Yes.
Chair, I don't agree with the position of the governor, because if there are 3 in-house counsel, unless Kitui is being sued by everybody, including the SATA, because if the 3, unless maybe we need chair so that we are fair to the people of Kitui, it cannot be you need 7 people, you have 3 in office at the moment. So does it mean there are many court cases facing Kitui until you have to wait number 7, and then they can now return the outsourced legal services? So the question should be, what are these 3 doing? Are they busy on TikTok or something like that? Because, Chair, I cannot allow that to go through, because we are talking about accountability and value for money. Unless government will tell us there were 100 cases, now because there are so many cases, these 3 are handling 50, maybe because we outsource this. We need a rationale. We cannot just say, Chair, go and hire 4 extra, yet we don't know, maybe there are no cases. Maybe this is the only case. So can the governor go on record through the solicitor, because he's here, to tell us these 3, what are they doing in office before we add the 4? And I know by the time this 17.2 million that have been paid, you have said it is the strength. So you have not answered, since you answered through the governor, you have not given me, even if there was this an award that it was supposed to be enforced a degree that had been issued by the court of law. My only concern, by the time you are going back to the court to indicate that you have allowed the award and you are paying, I thought that matter should have ended there. So it means there is another matter again on top of this one. Because you are paid for value of work, you are paid for the watchman watches, you are paid for arbitration costs, you are paid for the accrued interest, you have paid legal fees. I find this fishy.
But the entire amount was 38 million.
So why
I think you didn't mention it.
Governor, then why did the court allow you to pay 17.2 as opposed to 38?
I think the solicitor should have said that.
Yeah, let him come and...
They told us to show goodwill, that let's pay some portion.
Now it means...
So that was a court directive actually. But let the solicitor, is a lawyer.
Governor, so before we go to the solicitor, which means the real award to this contractor is 38 million.
No, it was some amount which drew interest and so forth and so on.
And then how did you arrive to pay 17.2 million?
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm saying let's bring the audit.
As he comes in, before he comes in, answer me on the question of you having 3 people on the county attorney department.
Yeah.
Are there many cases? Is Kitui being sued by everybody?
There are cases, but they don't have the level of experience where they will come to court and face
some the governor out of order. The County Attorney Act, and I'm the one who midwife that law, including Senator Dulu. Before you hire somebody, there were requirements. Unless governor is telling us the 3 advocates who are hired are unqualified, because he's saying they cannot go to court. It means from the first instance they were not qualified. Does it mean they are not qualified?
No, some cases, not all. They do represent us from time to time. They do. And, the motion to hire the extra 4 came from the chair's direction.
Governor,
it was not from me.
Stop running away from this. We spent time 2 hours ago looking at your contingent liability register. You have 44 cases here with a potential liability of 362 million.
Correct.
That can be the justification. We have no visibility on the expenditure on external lawyers. That has not been made clear. In fact, I want the Auditor General to scrutinize the fees paid to legal firms.
Correct.
Because if it is not this county, it is a neighboring county, where we established that the county was being milked through legal fees. I think it was a neighboring county, if it is not if it is not this
Even
one.
my county, there were 35 million that had been.
Yeah, so let's just call it a neighboring county. It was established that legal fees was being used to milk the county. And to a great extent, there was collusion between the in-house advocates and the contractors out there for favorable awards so that money could get out of the county. I cannot direct you to hire more. I have just asked you, what does your staff establishment say? And you have said it. And I've told you, you need to implement your staff establishment. And your contingent liability register is a fair justification. So I don't know why you're having a problem responding to Senator Cherargei.
Chair, because Senator Cherargei is pushing me in the opposite direction where you had taken me.
I don't have in any direction.
I'm not pushing anybody to any direction, including the governor. My only concern, it is on record and answered. The governor has gone on record and said there are some cases that cannot be handled by an in-house counsel, which are 3. But I'm telling him, any person who has been admitted as the advocate of the High Court of Kenya, they can represent county, including the 44 cases that you are talking about. Because at the end of the day, we don't want the county government of Kitui to pay for outsourcing of legal services as opposed as finishing Kapati, Abotua, or providing water in Kitui, or even medical services and roads. Because roads, medical services, and bursary are much more important as opposed to legal services. So my concern was with the governor, if you already have 3 and you need 7, show us the fact that the 3 are doing this much until there is extra work that you needed to outsource that came to your office for another outsourcing for another law firm. Because, Chair, I remember here in Nairobi, one of law firms is being owed almost 2 billion in legal fees. Nandi paid 35 million on legal fees. I think a number of counties have paid a lot of millions to legal fees, which we have found it is a strategy to siphon money from the entity to individuals that through the law firms because of the oath of confidentiality and secrecy in payments of client advocate privilege. So, Governor, I think on the 3 advocates, if they are not competent, just fire them.
Yeah, so it's obvious that Senator Cherargei has had lunch. He's very spirited. We've been here since morning.
No, Chair, I've only had tea. So
your energy levels are higher than ours.
But my levels are normally consistent.
Senator.
Chair, with all due respect to Senator Cherargei, this matter of outsourcing the service of lawyers, we have discussed at different levels. And I remember governors actually protesting against Senate stopping outsourcing, which is not also fair because we are losing a lot of money as counties for the purpose of outsourcing. It's not only Kitui. But I think if you have in-house lawyers, you have 3, they should be able to handle those matters. Yeah? And it's very clear that the requirement for one to hire lawyers is clear, that you are supposed to even employ a county attorney who has experience over 5 years. And I believe a lawyer who has 5 years experience should be able to represent matters of the county. They are not complex. It's issues of contract, issues of, payments, issues of HR. Those are not complex matters. So I think let us not spend a lot of time on this, but it's something that we need to do as a Senate. For one to hire a lawyer outside by the counties, there must be a justification so that that actually gives a limitation on how lawyers are outsourced by the county governments. Otherwise, we are losing a lot of money as counties for outsourcing the service of lawyers, which is very expensive for Kenyans. I thank you, Chair.
Now, members, we have spent a lot of time on these stalled projects. The root cause is the same thread of court cases, difficult contractors, lack of value for money. The Auditor General has advised in their notes that they could look at them in the substantive audit this year. And so we could allow that to be the case, so they remain unresolved. for the OAG to report in the subsequent cycle. The livestock office block is the same thing, OAG? Construction of livestock office block. Was this non-completion or this was just workmanship?
Chair, it was issue of some defects that were noted.
Okay. Governor, were the defects made good as observed by the Auditor General?
Yes, that's a report we have that were made good. I don't know whether the Auditor General did look at them afterwards, but we have somebody from Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and the person talk to this one.
I think this one is very direct. The auditor is querying the inspection report done after the defects were rectified. Isn't there an expectation that there will be an additional inspection report, OAG?
Yes, Chair. The report was provided. However, when the auditors went to check on the facility, that is on 11th June, they found that the repairs were not up to BQ standards.
11th of June of this year?
Yes, Chair.
But there was an inspection report that that kind of cleared the defects.
Yes, there was an inspection report that was provided that the repairs had been done. But on going for physical verification, the cracks were there and it was not as per the BQ standards.
It's very difficult to discuss this in Nairobi. And these are the things that the county assembly ought to deal with. Because when it comes to cracks and paint spilling, we cannot say here in Nairobi that we are now satisfied that the cracks are not there and the paint is not peeling. So this one, County Assembly, please, as you look at the reports, this is one matter that you are referring to confirm that there was value for money on that. The snake pit at Mutomo Reptile Park. Again, OAG, is this incomplete or it's workmanship?
Chair, the issue was addressed.
The issue is?
On defects. The defects were rectified.
And the snakes are happy now?
I can't confirm whether they're happy, but on the issue of the defects, they were
they are the users of the facility. Governor, the snake pit, was it in Kitui where a snake dropped from the air? That was makwiny.
I have had a story like that. I'm not sure it was Kitui, but I had a story something like that.
They are flying. They are known in Amazon. They are not flying snakes. I don't know whether they are in Kitui, but they are snakes who fly. It is they don't fly per se. This is how they wriggle up there. But I've listened to that story. Is it a fox?
It was not flying. It was flown.
It was flown.
Yeah, it was being controlled.
How eagles kill snakes. That's what they do.
Okay.
So they will take it, go up there, and then release it.
Oh, and then release it. That's how they kill their prey. But in Amazon, you find flying snakes. Yeah.
So anything outstanding on this, on the snake pit at Mutomo Reptile Park? 3.2 million. This is a revenue generating venture?
Yes.
So there's some revenue from it. If you look at the ROR, we'll be able to see some revenue coming from Mutomo Reptile Park.
Well, very little, but we are launching the Kitui tourism circuit on 27th, and I think it is one of the attractions which visitors will be visiting, even children, and we expect more revenue from the place.
So even if it's little, it should reflect in your ROR. Is there any collection, receive of revenue?
Not yet, Chair.
So people go in for free?
No. The structure just been finished, and we have not started charging
But the payment voucher was 30th May 2024, meaning that it was concluded 1 year ago.
Chair, there were other structures which were required to be on the side for us to charge the revenue, the fees.
Okay, so we should expect to see some monies coming from this in this financial year.
No, he said that there are some structures that are supposed to be at the side. Are they budgeted for in this financial year?
Yeah, the structure now ready.
Or they are ready?
Yeah, they are ready.
Okay, and unless there's any other observation, sample and civil works at Chia River. Auditor General, was it also workmanship?
Yes.
Or value or completion?
The defects were rectified. The only issue that is remaining is securing the place, the area. That is fencing.
So fencing has not been done?
Not yet.
Governor, I thought that's a very...
Yeah, there are Ministry of Water has budgeted for the fencing during this financial year. And it will be done together with the solar.
I can see you, through the chair, I can see you have proposed to fence in 2025-2026 financial year. So my question is, through the chair, so if somebody steals solar panels now, what will you be fencing? What is the remedy at the moment?
Governor?
You are not on record.
There is some guards which have been employed.
Or the county enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Okay, Chair.
Governor?
Yeah.
We are through, but there's only one small thing that I don't know if you've addressed on the oxygen plant machine.
Yeah.
We are told there's a limb of that query that the machine is stored in an unsecured storage space outside, exposing it to risk of physical deterioration due to adverse weather conditions. When the auditors come to the ground, would they find it now you've secured it in a better manner so that as you wait for the court case to end, it can still be in use?
Yes, Senator, CEO Medical, can you respond to that? Please. With the permission of the chair.
CEO Medical.
The question is, the oxygen machine, whose matters have not been resolved. The audit indicated it was stored in a manner which is not appropriate. Have you taken an action to ensure it's well stored? CEO Medical.
Through the chair, yeah, we have taken the matter, we have covered it, the machine, and we have covered it with the polyethylene, black polyethylene paper. Yes.
Is that okay, auditor? Is that what you expected?
Chair, I think this issue is a bit complicated because that machine, it's like it doesn't belong to the county. So...
Yes, Senator.
Chair, I think the CEO don't give us a very casual responses. You can't say you have covered it with a black paper. I mean, is that how you secure things in Kitui, really? I mean, surely there must be. You know, the question that is an audit query runs to the core of the procurement of that machine, right, or the plant. Is it your machine, or is it not your machine? Let's begin from there. Is it your plant, or is it not your plant?
No, it is not our machine, but you know, it is covered. You know, the answer, the question was whether it is covered, so the machine is covered.
You asked whether you have secured it properly against the elements. And you're saying you have bought a black polythene paper, you know. So,
Yes.
so, Chair, I think the question that we should be asking ourselves, and it forms part of the query. So, what is the status? What is the status in terms of the production of oxygen within the biggest referral facility in our county? Where are we getting the oxygen from?
Okay, the chair can respond to that one. At the Kitui County Referral Hospital, we have made sure that we have enough production of oxygen. Already we have a plant which was put in place in a partnership with AMREF, and recently the national government delivered a tank of 8,000 liters of oxygen. So we have the two of them. When we are servicing the main plant, we usually connect with the tank, so we are well secured in terms of the oxygen.
Okay, now the chair is back. I would yield back to you. We can go back to 7 other non-compliance, which include 7.1, non-compliance with deductions and remittance of statutory dues.
Okay. Earlier on, when you were looking at your pending bills register, we didn't see, you indicated that you didn't list any outstanding statutory deductions. Now, you talked of 1.4 billion demand from KRA. Does it include this 6.6 million that has been cited by the Auditor General? Governor.
What the Auditor General has flagged is 6 million, not auditor. I mean, KRA is 1.4, which they flagged, but through the tribunal process, we have ended up with 142.
And it was pay.
143.
It was pay as you earn.
No, it was on all sorts of things.
With all the tax.
Yeah, all sorts of things. Including, say, officers and vehicles, and through these benefits framework of taxation, you know, there were quite a number. But it was not pay as you earn. Pay as you earn, there's this amount I see here.
Yeah, so then why would we have this 6.6 million outstanding as pay as you earn?
For 2021, maybe Accountant General, can you talk to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the amount flagged there was just a component of the assessment.
So the 142 million that has been agreed on, out of that, how much is pay as you earn?
Okay, I cannot give the exact figures at the moment, but I can maybe analyze and maybe submit a report.
OAG, will that be useful for you to confirm whether this amount has been addressed and settled?
Yes, yeah, I just wanted to confirm from my system, but maybe we can always work with them so that we give an updated report on that.
Yeah, so keep this in view, but also the issue of statutory remittances. The governor says that they've paid everything, and it would be good to finally have a county that you can congratulate, because almost all other counties have a problem in this area. But we will not congratulate you without verification by the Office of the Auditor General. Lack of county attorney, we have discussed. Late submission of climate change financial statements. Have these now been prepared? The climate change financial statements?
Yes, Chair. They were prepared and even audited, and an unqualified opinion provided.
Okay, so this is where the monies for FLOCA and counterpart funding goes to. This is a county climate change fund.
Yes, Chair.
And I think these have been going, Clerk, can you confirm? These reports have been going to the Public Investment Committee?
I'll check. I need to check that.
Yeah, because all the funds, because the Climate Change Act establishes a climate change fund where you're contributing is it 2%? Yeah. And then that's where the flocker money also comes in. Yeah. Fine. So this one, we will ask the Public Investments Committee to have a look at it. Financial statements for Kitui Municipality. I think someone introduced themselves as a municipal manager in this delegation. Was there a municipal manager? Why did you fail to submit financial statements for Kitui Municipality? From 2019 to 2024, with an approved budget of 192 million and expenditure of 151 million, without financial statements.
Thank you, Chair. From our response, we had no independent bank accounts, but currently we have opened the account through the approval of the CCM. We were given the authority to open bank account, and as for today, we have both recurrent and also development accounts. So this financial year, we are going to give a complete financial statement. That is matter which is sorted out.
So there is no financial statement at all so far?
It was reported in combination with the executive statements, so it was not independent.
But Governor, you know the provisions of the Urban Areas and Cities Act. There's a reason for setting that kind of autonomy for municipalities, for towns and cities. Who is frustrating the implementation of the Act?
No more frustration.
You have frustrated them enough.
As you have heard from the municipal manager, they now have an account, they are going to do it alone. They have a board, they have a charter, and all those, the charter I gave them, and we are not frustrating anymore. And as requested by Office of the Auditor General and the Senate, we are going to have the accounts separate from the county executive. Both the Kitui Municipal Council, Municipal Board, and also the Mwingi Municipal Board.
Let me just ask the same question, Chair, again. Governor, is Kitui Municipality functioning with the management and the board? Are they collecting levies in the town? Because if they don't have an account, then it means they are not collecting any levies. The county executive is collecting on their behalf. So if you are saying the board is going to start working when? Because now we are in July, we are in August of this financial year. When are they going to start functioning to start collecting revenue and getting some money from the CRF account to the account of the municipality, and so that they can run their functions? When are they going to start doing that?
Yeah, effective this financial year, and as I said earlier, monies for all the 47 counties have not been put in the CRF because of the e-procurement processes which are being finalized by the National Treasury. So effective this financial year, they have opened an account, they have a board, they have a management. Actually, the municipal manager is ahead of the management side. Of course, the board is there as well. And they will be collecting, going forward, revenue. I don't know, Minister of Finance, can you confirm? Because there are certain things which the PFM Act gives power to the Minister of Finance. But I know in the charter, they are supposed to.
Yeah, Chair, I want to confirm that they are now autonomous, and the beginning this year they will be collecting.
Just for order, Chair. Sorry. Beginning this year, the year began in July 1. So if they have not, then it means then the board has not been operationalized. They are supposed to have started collecting the money this financial year, not they will be collecting, because we are on the financial year.
I agree. All I'm saying is the operationalization, you know, there is collect, they didn't have accounts, the accounts now they are ready. So that is, it was a process and we have finalized the process. So I think I'm talking of votes, which we had thought of beginning of the year, but even after the year ended, we had to do a couple of things which we have done. And I'm saying...
Maybe I can ask that lady that question. Is the Kitui Municipality Board, the Kitui Municipality operational? Has it been operationalized?
Through the chair, that is true. We collect revenue, although we are using the POS machine that reads together the executive. And now I've said that we already have an accounting for the development and also recurrent. So we are going to operate fully, but we have been operating because we have been doing projects. We've been...
your senator speaks very good English. He's a scribe. And I thought people from Kitui can express themselves very well, as clear as their senator. Just talk to us in English.
Maybe on accountability they are not fluent.
No. You can't say that about my people.
It's strategic.
You can't say that. I think the question, Governor, is very simple. That you have a municipality called Kitui. And it's a yes or no answer. Is it fully operational or is it not? Because, you know, I hear Waziri saying they did not have an account, now they have an account. The structures are not there, now the structures are there. To create the impression that the operations have not yet started. They have not started collecting and depositing in their accounts. What is holding you back? If all the structures are in place, what is holding you back? Or have you already rolled out? That's a question, I guess.
From the county executive side, we have done that which we are supposed to do for them to be operational. We must agree, all of us, that some of these things are not events, they are processes. And if you have not been collecting revenue, and as the manager herself has indicated, they have started collecting, and now that they have an account, they have started putting there. What we will request the Minister for Finance, who is overall responsible, even when you have county entities established under the Cities and Urban Areas Act, to make sure he keeps a close tab and eye on the same. Of course, yeah.
You see Governor, that's where the problem is. And I thought that you not your problem. The problem is there. Let me tell you the problem is. The problem is they have not been autonomous. For the longest time, they have been, working under the executive. From where I sit, it would appear like they don't feel confident enough to operate on their own. And so there will be no need for the minister to go back and keep tabs on them. They need to be told by this committee, by this parliament, by the Senate, that they have been given full autonomy. All the structures are in place. Go ye and work. Make your mistakes and learn from your mistakes. Because this thing of now telling the CS, again, the minister to go and check what they are doing, again, you are reducing their autonomy. Let them learn to fly. If they falter, then they will find their balance on the way.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the Senator, but we have given them autonomy. They are supposed to operate independently, but the responsibility the CCM finance in any county, including Kitui, has to oversee matters finance, that he must still keep and make sure things are going on well there. But he should not hold them back. He should not micromanage them. And I'm one person who will make sure that happens. Yeah, thank you.
They'll stop staying in the nest. You know, a small bird, when it is gets of age, you know, it's kicked by the mother to fly, and if you don't fly, then you land. That's what happens. So throw them, let them do what they have to do.
Yeah. So, Chair, you are saying the municipality is functional. How would we know it is functional? Are you doing meetings? When the audit accounts, would they see minutes of meetings by the board? Is it operational? Is it operating?
Yeah, the Chair, that is true. We've been having our board, and they also usually have the quarterly meetings. We have minutes, we have reports. So it's operational, the board is operational.
Okay, OAG, you can then advise us on whether the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with the standards.
Chair, we shall be able to provide a response once after 30th of this month. Because that is when they're supposed to, after 31st, that is when they're supposed to bring the financial statements. Then after that, we can be able to audit the municipalities.
So we keep this in view, but emphasize to the governor that the Urban Areas and Cities Act is not a suggestion, it is law. So please make sure that we implement it as required. I think we are almost coming to an end. Irregular funding of national government functions. This has been an ongoing debate. 84 million on bursaries, 44 million for playgrounds, and 23 million for pit latrines and fences in primary and secondary schools. Governor?
Mr. Chairman, when we were here last, I think Senator Cherengai stood in for you, and he gave us very good advice. That's the reason why, as a governor, appreciates advice given by county governments and we implement, given to county governments, that we should have an agreement with the Ministry of Education. We have since had an agreement which we signed, and although the Ministry of Education hesitated a bit, they have also since signed.
Could we have a look at that agreement?
Yeah.
Which annexure is it?
You have annexed it. No, I'm asking, have you annexed it? Yeah, it was attached. I remember it was. And even infrastructure, I was very keen to see bursary covered, infrastructure covered. And let's not forget these playgrounds. That's where also our ECD children, even the ones attending VTC, sometimes they go to play in the primary schools. So we extend some support.
Let us see the intergovernmental agreement.
Yeah. Is there? Did you enclose? No, I'm not confused.
Then it makes you scan something. Looks like a soft copy.
It requires you to click on it.
To click to it.
To open it.
This one, you want us to click on it?
I'm asking the person who was detailed to do that. Did you touch? This one, Chairman, is there, I can assure you. I looked through it myself. And,
we'd love to see it, Governor.
Yeah, this is it, I'm asking.
Is it in our files?
Yeah, this is what I'm asking them. Did you attach? Because we looked at it and we said it should be attached. If you didn't, or you forgot to say so.
But even as we look for that agreement, Chair, Governor, why do you feel it is necessary to assist the national government in fencing secondary schools, primary schools, and yet there is CDF?
If you look at the number in Kitui, we have the highest number of primary schools in the Republic of Kenya. 1,400, over 1,400, the highest in the country, and 400 secondary schools. What we have done is not even 0.5%. It's just a few instances. And the secondary schools, I don't think we have fenced any. It's only primary schools where we have young children and a few. So we have not gone outside. And this happens when, during public participation, particularly that project I was referring to, community level infrastructure development project, the parents themselves and the community say, this is our priority. We want this school leveled. There was a child who almost broke their leg here. So in those instances, we'll do something, but it's not pervasive. It's not spending a lot of money.
Because I find it very difficult to understand why you do chain link fencing, goalposts, okay, blah, 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 pit latrines in various existing primary and secondary schools. I would understand for primary schools because sometimes our ECD classrooms are domiciled within the primary schools. But why you do latrines for secondary schools?
And let me tell you, members of National Assembly claim that it is only CDF projects that are visible, that county projects cannot be seen, including members from Kitui. Now we can see you are fencing schools and digging pit latrines for them and doing playgrounds and even issuing bursaries.
And they're claiming they're the ones who...
They claim it is their bursary that is fair. It is the infrastructure in schools that is fair. So why? The total amount here is 151 million. The three projects, 151 million. That is equivalent of CDF for 1 year for one constituency. So why are you competing with CDF?
I think 151 if you increase the bursary.
Yes, 151.
Yeah, but the infrastructure is very...
CDF does bursary, CDF does playgrounds, CDF does fencing of schools.
If we leave bursary only to CDF and the national government, a rural, formerly marginalized county like Kitui, where we have very many economically and financially disadvantaged families with very bright kids, will miss school. And I say this usually comes out of when you are doing public participation for the CDIP, the County Integrated Development Plan. Some of these things we ask and we factor them there.
Okay, just show us the intergovernmental agreement.
Yeah,
I think the other thing that should have accompanied the intergovernmental agreement is an extract of the CIDP that you have talked about, as well as the budget for those items.
Okay, that's okay.
Do we have that? Let's start with the one that you're looking for. Have you found it? The intergovernmental
actually,
agreement.
I'm surprised.
It's in our files.
Gentlemen, because they are gentlemen, there was no lady, they did not enclose.
That's a problem. When you just have men.
I've gotten the one in soft copy. Chair, I have got the soft copy, but there are serious anomalies.
Yeah, you see, Vice, it will be very difficult to admit the one in soft copy, because this ought to come from the governor.
Okay.
So, with your permission, Chair, because we must admit it's not there, They have just checked thoroughly. I thought
What was the date of the agreement?
What's the date? But it was sometimes, it's not very old.
It is 19 May 2025.
Yeah.
So it cannot apply in retrospect.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
It does not take away the illegality of this action, the illegality of the 151 million spent.
Yeah, on that one, I want to seek your indulgence, Chair. We did not know that things would take the direction they had taken before we got into this, that will be told don't do national government. Yet they are doing markets, they are doing housing, they are doing health, I can count countless, and nobody is asking that direction. But when we are asked by parents, please put a pit latrine here, one sunk. Senator Taita Taveta, sometimes they sink. When it rains, the toilets in secondary schools, they sink. And they send delegation to the governor. When you send back to the MPs, it is not done. There is one case during my first term. A whole roof was ripped off in Sikru. Senator knows the place. The entire roof for the entire school, 450 children. And they stayed out until they brought a delegation to me, and we had to really do something about it. So when you are governor...
Is it a constituency with a constituency development fund?
Yes, all the constituencies have CD.
So why shouldn't they be the ones to respond?
Baba said something about it. So
are you lobbying for CDF to be scrapped? Maybe this is another strategy governors are doing.
No, actually, let me, with your permission, Chair, let me give my personal position. CDF has helped a lot, and for those of us who believe in decentralization, is a mechanism for taking money from the center to the periphery. And even if you do away with it, as one member of parliament said, I don't want to say national or Senate, said the money will not necessarily come to us. So me, I'm not opposed to CDF. And that is my personal, it has nothing to do with other governors, but I think CDF will be there. The only thing I will request now is muangalie World Development Fund as well. Thank you.
Chair, maybe what I would also be wanting to know from the governor, after signing this partnership agreement with the national government, were you allowed to withdraw by the control of budget money for these functions, like bursaries and scholarships?
As you can see, it was signed in May. Most of the money will be drawn this financial year. And the controller of budget will have no reason whatsoever to deny any county from drawing bursary fund and disburse it, because their concern was you don't have an agreement. We have an agreement now.
Yeah. Senator.
Yeah, that matter is a very interesting matter. One level of government undertaking projects belonging to another level of government. But if you invoke 187, I think there shouldn't be such a big problem. But again, what the thing that I find ourselves doing at times is when we sit in these big boardrooms, and not all of us come from small counties, in the periphery. I had an opportunity to visit Mandera County a few months ago. And if you tell the governor of Mandera not to spend money on their school-going children or on the security of the people, then what are you telling him? There must be a mechanism. It's a law, yes, it is what it is. It's a law, but there must be mechanisms for these two levels of government to ensure a smooth investment in areas that could be cross-cutting. Now, having said that, Chair, Governor, I am a bit disturbed by something happening in our county on the matter of the rehabilitation of the agricultural ground. Now that has been turned into a, I don't know, a stadium or what it is.
Look, we are coming.
Chair, I had serious problems with the CS Muvuria in the Senate, you remember.
Yes.
And now, because I was not allowed to prosecute that matter, now I have my chance to prosecute it. Governor, we have a stadium. We have our own stadium. Granted, people have allegedly grabbed land around it. But of course, it is a stadium. We have grounds for the agricultural show, which you yourself, Governor, have revived. Remember the agricultural shows ended with your last year in office, the first term, and now they have come back in your first year in office, in your second term. Now somebody has come in and taken that ground and decided to do what they have decided to do with it. Where you sit as the CEO of Kitui County, was there proper public participation to allow the national government to convert our agricultural show into something else for a visit for one day, as opposed to rehabilitating an existing stadium, helping us to recoup the land that, if it is true, had been grabbed, get it back, return our stadium to its status, and leave the agricultural show to run its business where it runs it for the benefit of the farmers in Kitui County. Did we, as the county government of Kitui, participate in allowing CS Muvuria to determine where this event was going to take place?
Chair, and Senator, our agricultural shows will still continue being staged at the same facility. The facility is 1,400 acres, 14 acres, and it's big. The central area, that's the area where there will be tracks, there will be football pitches, and they were there even before. Not that they were not there, but they are putting in money there so that we have a better, steadier and grounds. And on your second question, did we participate? Yes, we did participate. We may not have called a baraza, big baraza, but the idea it was not supplanted on our head. The discussions were held with regard to one of the national day being staged in Kitui, and we agreed the ideal place, because we needed a place where we have 10 acres plus. We say the ideal place, which is not a school, because we have Kitui School where we have a lot of land and so forth and so on, and other places. We say it is Ithok West Shore ground, and it was agreed, and the national government sent about 35 people. We had a meeting with them, and CS Muvuria came later to see where it has been agreed we are going to have it. we want to, actually, we need to, as people from Kitui, to thank the national government for really what they are doing there. Because when people do positive things, they need to be thanked. Those of us who are in Homa Bay, so the Homa Bay Stadium there, where, of course, the same Sports Kenya and the CS Muvuria and the national government, they put in money, and you can see how the place has changed. So I think here we need to thank Muvuria, Senator. I know that's not music to you. And it will be good for the county. And because of Machuya being planned to be held there this year, we are having the airstrip, which is near, being worked on. We have roads which are going to be worked on, and many other things will happen in Kitui. If you drive along the hospital, you can see the road there. The drainage has been improved and so forth and so on, courtesy of this, and many other things which I do not want to mention right now. There is a mini-state lodge being reminded. It would add value.
So, Governor, in short, you should just be thanking the President for the good work that he's doing.
Chair, I raise that matter because it's an important matter, and I need that clarity. But the agricultural show will still have space for us because it is important to us. The other issue is that, you know, for me, where I sit, if I was seated where you are seated, Governor, I would have pushed for the completion of our stadium, because these people should not tell you or us about the size of land that they want. Nyayo Stadium is not on 14 acres of or 10 acres of land. It's on some small little piece of land. And it is them who want to come and do the event. So they shouldn't tell us where they want to do these things. We should. That was an opportunity for us to reclaim grab land and do, and because it's small, then we'd have done a very beautiful stadium for our people. Nevertheless, if you are happy, Governor, as the Chief Executive of our county, then I guess all of us should be happy.
Maybe just as an input, Senator Marum. Yeah, what Senator also is saying is that during that public participation, we may not have done a public baraza, but then in terms of identifying the stakeholders to give their input, then it would have been good if the senator was involved, because then he would not be asking these questions he's asking now. Yeah, so maybe in future, you might consider him as an important stakeholder to include or to involve when these decisions are being made.
Yeah. Make sure when you are going to State House, Senator is also well informed.
Chair, that cannot go unchallenged. Governor, if there is any one point that you decided to go to State House, please don't inform me. I don't want to know.
Oh, okay, members, I think we need to come back to the conversation here, and maybe an advice to the people of Kitui: make sure the national government, in preparation for the national holiday, they do everything in advance. If they leave you the promissory note, it might not be done. The Senator Kakamega was complaining that they were promised an expansion of their stadium, and after the event, it never happened. The Senator Bungoma, the same thing. I think they celebrated a national day. There was a promise to upgrade the stadium. It never happened. The Senator Kericho, who is the leader of majority, is also complaining about the stadium in Kericho. The Senator Bomet is also complaining about the stadium in Bomet. The Senator Uasin Gishu is also complaining about the stadium in Uasin Gishu. Of course, the Senator Mombasa is also complaining about the stadium in Mombasa. I think the only lucky people will be Homa Bay and now Kitui. So make sure these things are done in advance, that there's no promissory note, because you might then chase them. But also, it's important that when you have all this infrastructure, sometimes it's difficult to control what the people in the stadium will say on that day. You might have sparkling infrastructure and they're still saying one term. So please be a bit appreciative, just for one day. Senator Ambua, just for one day.
But you know, you can be shouting one term and you are not going anywhere. So it is 2 term. So they can say it, which is understandable, but it will not change anything. It is kumi bela break.
No, Chair, so that you all don't go there. I think then my advice to the governor is, in view of what Senator Kajwang, our chairman, is saying, given that there is a history of unmet promises, being told this will happen, it doesn't happen, this will happen, doesn't happen. Governor, me, what I will tell you and your team, towards the end of September, beginning of October, kaini ngumu, make demands, make serious demands, and tell Muvuri and team that if certain things are not done in the stadium and the facilities around, then the event will not take place. They cannot come and carry that thing away. They've already done what they have done. So make sure that things are done to completion, that by the time they are coming, when they are going, it will be just one day, Cheragay.
Yes.
It will be one day. We can humiliate you people for a day. But the problem is, Senator Kajwang says, I don't see the people of Kitui not taking the opportunity to just express their solidarity with the rest of the country.
Which rest
and do their one-term slogan,
Yeah. We are all cousins. When you know politics change, it's about interest.
Correct.
We are talking to Kanonso, so he should be careful. He might find us we are on the same level.
I'm not sure who we are. Who are we? Now, coming back to the report, Governor, you have not given us what requires to justify this expenditure, and so this matter remains unresolved. Auditor General, I think there's really nothing for the OAG to establish here. Perhaps it's just the legality of that agreement, because it is an agreement that goes into the future. It does not justify this expenditure. So this one, as a committee, we will sit down and will make the recommendation that is appropriate. The regular payment to the COG, you had started, I think you were guilty, so at the beginning you started talking about this. What was this 3.2 million for? Was it for a devolution conference? Was it for a specific activity? Was it to support the secretariat of the COG?
Yeah, I think it's usually 3 million. I don't know whether there is a 0.2. 3 million, and 2 million is to support the secretariat, 1 million to deal with legal matters. And I think when we come here, it's good to also engage as colleagues who are in politics. A number, if not many, of the current serving senators may end up being governors. One of the biggest disservices you will have done is to remove that 3 million. And I'm saying that knowing very well I will not stay as a governor for years, because it helps run that secretariat better than when they rely on the national exchequer, because that's the argument which has been used, so you're getting money from the national government. National government, when they want to take our 10.5 billion Kenya shillings for road maintenance levy fund, the way they do it, and it's not the Senate, usually the National Assembly, and we all know this, and maybe others, because sometimes we believe they can't manage it without support from other quarters. They don't care. Yet the Constitution is very clear. Constitution has only 2 types of roads. national trunk roads and county roads. If it's not a national trunk road, which are under Kenya, all others are county roads. The ones which have been done by Kera and Kura. And we had to go to court, employ a lawyer for the judiciary to make the decision they made, that excluding county governments is unconstitutional, is illegal. They used all those terminologies. Kenya Roads Board, which administers that particular fund, instead of giving the county governments the entire 10.5 billion, they only gave us 3.2 billion Kenya shillings.
But Governor, how does the law define the Council of Governors, the current law?
The Council of Governors, and I must declare interest, as a member of the Task Force on Devolved Government, which was led by Dr. Mutahi. We are the ones which came up with the 6 pieces of law which Honorable Mudavadi referred to when we were in Normandy. I was part of that team. And the Intergovernmental Relations Act is the one which establishes the summit, it establishes the COG, it establishes intergovernmental committees where national government ministries and country, they meet.
Very good. You're the right person to have this conversation with. So what does it define as a function of the Council of Governors?
The role of...
the law as is, leave alone as it ought to be.
Yeah. The law is, the Council of Governors is supposed to deal with matters relating to county governments which need coordination at that level.
And what is its, in terms of hierarchy between it and the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee?
In terms of hierarchy, I don't want to place one up or one below.
It is defined in law.
Yeah.
It is defined in that act you have referred to.
No, in terms of hierarchy, we have the summit, we have the Council of Governors, and we have the intergovernmental committees.
Governor,
No,
the COG,
I don't want to place them in an hierarchy.
No, we are discussing the law as is, now that you're the drafter of the law.
Yeah.
I've chaired the Devolution Committee. I have brought an amendment to the House to that act, and this House, I think, has already processed an amendment to change the wording of the law. But we must deal with the law as is. What is a funding mechanism for IGRTC and for intergovernmental agencies in that act?
Yeah.
Where are they supposed to be funded from?
You know, the IGRTC is supposed to service both actually is the main servicer of the summit as well as the COG. But in practice, they don't do it.
No. I'm saying the law as is.
Yeah.
You are getting it right now. So where that particular piece of statute is very clear on where the financing will come from, which fund.
I think let me ask also another question. If you go to the budget of IGRTC, the Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee, which succeeded the Transition Authority, look at its budget. There's nothing in terms of supporting the.
What does the law say? What does the law say about its funding? It shall come from the consolidated fund. Isn't that a fact?
For
IGRTC?
Yes, that one I agree.
And all the other intergovernmental bodies defined in that act. They shall be financed from the consolidated fund. It's just like political parties. They are funded from the political parties fund. You are probably a lover and ardent member of the Wiper Patriotic Front.
Yeah.
The parliamentary political parties fund is not funding parties the way it's required. It owes ODM 11 billion. If you're an ODM governor, and ODM is underfunded, yet the law says it should be funded from the political parties fund, would it be proper for you to contribute 3 million to ODM, arguing that the fund is not adequate?
All members of parties, Wiper, ODM, all of us, contribute money to those parties because...
From the county revenue fund?
Even when they are parliamentary...
Is it from the county revenue fund?
No.
That is the problem we have with this kind of contribution, where a law exists, and this is not about the spirit, this is about the letter. It is written in black and white that these intergovernmental entities shall be funded from the consolidated fund. If they are not getting adequate funding,
they don't get any funding.
Yes, so that is where you should direct your anger, not county revenue fund, which is supposed to provide water and medication to the people.
Yeah, the COG really also defends devolution. I've just talked about a case where the road maintenance levy fund monies had been taken away. And we are supposed to fold our hands and just watch.
Let me tell you what your colleagues have done, including the chair of the COG, Uhuru. And all the chairs of COG have come here. We have said, if you went to Homa Bay for Devolution conference and you attended and you are charged 1 million and you are there and there is evidence to show that you are there, I mean, that's okay. It was an event. If you went to court on litigation on RMLF and there was a fee note which was passed down to counties, that's okay. You can explain it. But for bureaucratic and administrative management of the Council of Governors, the law has already provided for mechanisms for that financing. And until we change the law, and until we vacate the resolution of the Senate, this is an illegal expenditure where we shall recommend a surcharge, and we are working with EACC on how this surcharge can be effected.
Yeah, just buttress what you...
Chairman,
just a minute. First, listen. I think, at least listen. I think this is one thing you came armed with, saying leo wataniona kwa hii maneno.
Chair, you have said time and again, and I agree with you, that law is not a suggestion. It is just law. And there can be no justification as to why you can breach the law. And so, Chair, I agree with you that we must work with the EACC to make sure that that person who is making that payment is held responsible and is surcharged on his earnings and remunerations and even gratuity, so that we stop this. There is no justification to breaching the law.
Well, Governor, we
don't believe we have
order, Governor.
Yeah.
You might benefit from this. When you are not in office as Governor in the last Parliament, I'm the one who presented a report to the House called the Fiduciary Risk Report, version 1, and it had this recommendation. When the House adopted this recommendation, the COG did a fundraiser collecting 2 million from counties. What was the purpose of the 2 million from counties? To take the Senate and my report to court. The COG never went to court, collected the money and never refunded to counties. How did we know? When we put Orengo to task on this, he brought us a letter from the COG Secretariat saying that arising from the resolution of the Senate on fiduciary risk report, suggesting that contributions to COG are illegal, we therefore request that we contribute 2 million to the legal fund to challenge the matter in court. The matter was not challenged in court. The money was collected, and so the position of the Senate remains unchanged. That happened while you're out of office. I hope your colleagues will tell you that story. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Chair. I hear both sides of the argument, and I agree with both, and this is why. You know, first of all, Governor, the only institution recognized by the Constitution to make laws that are binding is Parliament. So the Council of Governors is not a law-making entity.
So whatever resolutions they pass, they are not binding in law. They just a resolution, they can pass resolutions, but the law as is that the COG should be funded from the consolidated fund. All of us may have an agreement that, that fund, as you say, nothing comes out of it. Now, where is the mismatch? The mismatch is the Council of Governors, composed of governors and the Secretariat. You know that there is a problem. There is a gap in funding. But you cannot make a law on how to fund the entity. But you can approach Parliament for a legislative intervention for the law to be changed to allow another revenue stream for the Council of Governors. The other day, I had very serious conversations with the senior counsel, Senator Mogeni. Senator Muma had proposed a law on the e-cigarettes. And in that law, she has assigned a responsibility to the Council of Governors. Then we're asking ourselves, okay, so on the one hand, we are giving responsibility to COG, but we are not facilitating them to undertake those responsibilities. And on the other hand, we are saying, no, you people, you cannot spend money by making contributions to the COG Secretariat without a law. So I think the problem here is a mismatch between what we all know needs to happen, but somebody needs to move the legislative bodies, the Senate, the National Assembly, to look for a funding mechanism for the COG. As it were today, that funding mechanism is through the consolidated fund. And there's nothing else you can do about that. It's a law, it's what it is.
It is a law as is. I know there's an amendment that is before the Senate. Until that amendment is processed, we shall maintain the position that we have maintained. And if you want to make your life easy, do what your other colleagues have done. Ask COG to invoice you for specific activities. There were years when COG was charging rent. Governors were taking up space at Delta House at twice the market rate. And many governors complained. They got out of that arrangement and went and got offices elsewhere and got better value. I've visited some of those governors' offices there. They are as bad as senators' offices here. So it was not worth the money. So if you're going to contribute to COG, let it be for specified activities. The only reason the Treasury is not allocating you resources is because you have proven that you can raid the CRF. But CRF was for other purposes: water, medication, agriculture, roads. It was not to get a 20th floor office there in Westlands. So I think that is our position. You may have your views, but the Senate has taken a resolution on it. If you would have come with a breakdown demonstrating the activities, we would have looked at it from another perspective. That is what Anne Waiguru has done before us. That is what a few governors have done, and we have said, yes, you went, there was Devolution conference in Homa Bay, your county participated, you paid the fee, and that is excusable. But it can't just be blanket.
Okay, Chair, I hear you, senators, and you've resolved the way you've resolved. My plea is, let's look at the broader picture as we do some of these things, and as we say this is a law and that's how we are going to stick to it. If we had followed that law, or the 3.2 billion Kenya shillings road maintenance levy fund we got because we used the money counties contributed to COG to go to court, we would not have gotten it. Like Kitui County, we got 152 million.
Just maybe for order, because then
if you pay 3 million,
already mentioned that.
Yeah,
and if there is any fee not,
yes,
then it can be escalated to the Council of Governors.
That is justifiable.
And then you fundraise amongst the governors.
Yeah, I've heard you, and I stand guided. Not that your guidance, I will not take it. COG is an institution which is created in law, and that is where the money went, albeit, as you say, not according to the way it should be done.
Governor, you have said more on this than on more important things that we have dealt with today. So we had 151 million spent by the municipality without reporting. You said less. We had 151 million on national government projects spent by your government. You said less than you are saying on the 3.2. We had 1.09 billion in terms of uncollected rates. You said less. We had pending bills running into hundreds of millions. Contingent liabilities of 352 million. X-ray machines, 70 million. Oxygen, 14.5 million. Kabati, or was it 18 million? And yet you have chosen that your point of reference and battle is going to be the COG?
Yeah, let's leave it there. So that
you even said less on Kitui referral maternity of 104 million. So let this matter rest. Senator
Chair, let me ask, Governor, what is so difficult in you guys legalizing this contribution? Because we've said it over the years. What is the difficulty? And I think until maybe somebody is charged with that payment is when Council of Governors will actually toe the line.
But such a route is not the solution. Because once you go there, if you take me to ESCC and ECSC takes me to court, we'll go through the court process up to the Supreme Court. I don't know how many years it will take. They may find me guilty or they may not find guilty. And I'm not referring necessarily to myself, it to all governors, including the ones who served and they left. Because you can't charge that currently and you don't charge all the governors. And maybe the court will consolidate the entire case. So what, as legislators, and there's something which the chair said, that there's an amendment you have proposed, maybe to legalize this. Please, Chair, Chair of PAC, where we are normally rostered on this. You help us.
Why don't you do it yourselves?
No, we are not legislators.
Governor, you are the ones who always throw us under the bus. Whenever we do something positive, even on the budget, when we agree to raise the ceiling, you go and negotiate with the executive and come back and throw us under the bus. You accept a lower rate. You can't actually use Senate when you need something from us. But when we need you, you are not there for us. Why can't you negotiate yourselves or initiate the process? We have actually given you advice on how to do it. The law is very clear. Why can't you do it yourselves instead of looking for Senator Kajwang?
Chair, I am on record appreciating the Senate. You are not here. The first part, where actually we spend a lot more time than the things we are discussing now, is about these pronouncements which were made recently in Noma Bay and yesterday. And my position is very clear. Senate is a defender of devolution, and whenever some of us are participating, would usually say, let's stay on the same side with the Senate. But we stand advised. If it cannot be initiated by a member,
let me help you.
Can also
let me help you, Governor. I think there's already an amendment that provides for the Council of Governors. Actually, it delinks the COG from IGRTC because the current law ties the two. Actually, the COG is almost like a One is a secretariat to the other. IGRTC had proposed that they become a commission. And I think that's one of the contentious things around that amendment, because they don't want to be called a technical committee, they want to be called a technical commission. And with provisions almost similar to those that call 255 or 250 commissions. So that's a bit contentious. It also provides for CAF, because on the assembly side, there's also the issue of CAF, that it is not anchored in law. So I believe that amendment, if it has not gone through the Senate, it is in very advanced stages. I wish this was a conversation in Homa Bay, not all the things that ended up getting the headlines, because I never heard anybody talk about this. I never heard about anyone talk about the status of that piece of legislation. So let's also try to change the narrative, because at the end of the day, that COG, I think 1/3 are former senators or former members of National Assembly. So there should not be acrimony. The Senate is headed by a former governor. A few members of my committee here, God willing, are going to be governors. But we know that the law as is must be applied. If you want the law as it ought to be, then you need to change the existing legislation. So let that be the conversation within COG. We are not hostile. Our job here is to interpret the law as it is. That is our job. As it ought to be, we leave it to the political rallies. So this matter, the resolution adopted by the Senate in the first fiduciary risk report still applies. We are still in discussion with EACC on how to effect this. And maybe in the multi-agency task force, the new baby in town on corruption. And you know, agenda number 3 or 4 in the MOU between ODM and UDA is a fight against corruption. And Agnes Zani and the team already have a subcommittee on that. Now there's a multi-agency task force. So, you know. Fine, those are executive decisions. The last thing we are dealing with is also an issue that tells a bit about your arrangements on financial management. That is internal audit and audit committee. You appointed an internal audit committee on 4th of April, and as a result, the audit work plans were in draft because there was no audit committee to approve them, and the number of internal auditors were less. There were 10 instead of 23. And 2 members had not been appointed. What is the current status, Governor, of your internal audit committee?
All members have been appointed. I even inaugurated them. We organized an inauguration meeting. But with respect to the number of staff in the audit department of the county government, we are very careful when it comes to increasing staff. As it has been said by senators here, when we are talking about legal, we have requested the Director of Internal Audit, and is here, try to make do with what you have currently. But we are considering maybe further recruitments in departments where that is highly deserved. Because if we are not careful, we will be at 60% wage bill. And if you ask yourself, couldn't that work have been done by less officers? You find yes. Of course, whenever the auditors come and internal auditors, they say, oh, they have establishment of 23 and we have only 13. It sounds like there's nothing. So we are asking them.
Governor, I think the more important thing is not even the number. Have the work plans now been approved? Because it is the audit committee that approves the internal audit work plan.
The convener of the audit committee is a chair of the audit committee. I must be honest because I like being straightforward. I need to check where they are. If they have not moved, we also request them to move. But they are the ones who will approve the work plan. I don't think it's supposed to be approved by the county executive committee.
Well, you are the appointing authority. That's why you have two. There was an alternate representing the governor and county treasury, 2 members that are appointed directly by you, beside the other external members. So definitely as CEO, you've got some oversight on this. Now, instead of dealing with what the governor said and what we said, OAG, do you have a view on this, or you can look at it in the substantive audit?
Chair, we can look at it later.
Okay, but is there any interim evidence that something is happening?
Yes. The audit committee has been constituted, but gazettement of the 2 committee members is what is outstanding.
So even the unveiling was done prior to gazettement? Because the governor says he unveiled the audit committee.
Yeah, he said 2 have not been gazetted, the representative of the governor and maybe the CC. And the law does not specifically, but let me be advised. I
think, Governor, it's safer to say you will go back and make sure the law is complied with.
No, if it is the law, I will comply with it. But I must say that's an area, if I were asked, as I'm being asked, should you gazette them? Really, the guidelines which I saw didn't say so, but you will gazette if we need to gazette.
Yeah, because a lot of the things we are dealing with here, if you had an internal audit, if you had an audit committee and proper internal audit functions, some of these things will not be escalated to the Senate. And that's the value that the audit committee and internal auditors deliver to you. So keep this in view, OAG. You can report substantively. Honorable members, the last thing is on asset management. I think, again, what was your recommendation, OAG? To keep it in view?
Yes, because it's work in progress.
Okay, and of course, progressively as we go into accrual, this is going to be extremely important. I think year 1, we are talking of recognition of financial assets. What is the timeline for recognition of fixed assets? Treasury?
Thank you, Chair. By the 3rd year, everything should be recognized and they should be reporting in accrual. So in the 2nd year, they should have identified all the assets they have.
Okay, failure to which they'll be getting adverse and disclaimer opinions. Fine, and I think we agreed even at Devolution conference that there needs to be some incentive for prudent financial management. We didn't build it into the formula, but the formula can be amended any time by a majority of senators. This brings us to the end of the issues that were presented in the Auditor General's report. I think we have spent a lot of time and given Kitui a lot of time, maybe because people are fresh from recess, but I hope that this conversation has been of value. To the County Assembly, you now realize you can do it. It is not rocket science. Yeah? And to the County Executive, I hope you see the value in this conversation. It should not be what people said yesterday, that governors waste time coming to Nairobi. So, honorable members, we bring this to a close with closing remarks, if any. We can donate our time to the Senator Kitui, but I'm going to ask, before Senator Kitui, the Chair of Public Accounts, is there anything you or any of your members want to say?
We would like to thank you for the good time you have we had together, and we promise that the next time we meet, we shall have made progress. Then lastly, in the course of our interrogation, we were joined by the 5th member of the committee, who can go on record.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Maluki,
MCA representing Kwamutonga Kidhumula Ward, Kitui West, and a member of Public Accounts and Investment Committee. And I'd like to thank you sincerely for the good job that you are doing. And also request that in the near future, I want to agree with what the former Prime Minister said, that we need to devolve education fully, primary and secondary, to counties, so that now we will not be having issues of playground being coming out as Auditor General's query, where else ECD centers are in primary schools and playgrounds are in the same schools. I thank you.
I will not wade into that debate, but if counties were to demonstrate prudence, effectiveness in management, execution and delivery of functions assigned to them, then I believe the nation would agree with that proposal. I think we are still at early stages. We need to give each other time to mature. The clerk of this committee, please make sure you get a copy of our recommendations, so that when this committee starts consideration, they are not starting from scratch and they are not asking the questions that we've already asked. That way you'll be much more efficient and faster. Governor, remarks in closing?
Yeah, Chairman, let me take this opportunity on behalf of myself and the team I came with from Kitui County to thank you and the members of the Senate and the auditors and the other institutions which are represented here for the engagement we have had. This has been very productive, even when we appeared like we are expressing a view which is not the one in conformity with the law. In the process, we've been made to learn and to appreciate certain things, and the recommendations made for us to do certain things, we will go and endeavor those are done for the benefit of other people of Kitui County. Thank you very much and God bless.
Senator Kitui, closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I also want to take this opportunity to first to thank you, Chair, for according my county sufficient time to process all the issues that have been raised by the Office of the Auditor General. I thank my colleagues for their patience. Remember, it's like we've been here for the whole day. I thank you for that. I thank the team from Kitui, led by our governor, for the engagement that we have had. And this goes to demonstrate, Chair, how these things should be done. Anybody else thinking that there is another way of doing this oversight, and I don't even know what they're thinking about. But I believe that both parties leave this room with something, you know. You have learned something. You have also opened our eyes on issues that maybe we did not know, now we know. The recommendations that have been made, the municipality, you know, go and fly, you know, the county assembly, be seized of these audit reports, and when there is need, then the office of the OIG is ready to assist. The secretariat, the Senate secretariat, is always ready to help you, you know, process these documents. It makes work easier for everyone. And to the governor and the executive, I think we've had a very candid conversation. We're happy about this, Chair, and I thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator, and I hope that the entire team, there's been some learning, but I look forward to the day when the Assembly will tell us that they've already done this exercise, so that when the governor comes here, we are discussing bigger policy issues with regards to devolution, transform functions, financing, and generally how to strengthen devolution. It is not really, we don't feel happy here discussing how 2 million shillings has not been recovered from people who are basically thieves. Collected money from markets, from borders, pocketed it, and then we are treating it as a loan. You know, that's a conversation that the county assembly really ought to drive. And I hope that your CEC, having been the leader of majority, is acting as a bridge rather than a wall between the executive and the assembly. Chairman Park, is a CEC a bridge or is a wall?
I cannot say either, but he's a good man.
So there's a tool called impeachment that is available to you in the event it becomes a wall. If it's a bridge, then it would help.
There was one, but we forgive him.
So he's a marked man. Yeah, so please, nyinyi mwashe moto chini, sisi tunawasha moto juu. Because there is no reason, there is no way with the 13-14 billion that you should fail to deliver on some of the services. I know Kitui is very vast. Your senator has been quite emphatic that if there was going to be a constitutional amendment on alteration of county boundaries, Kitui would be one of the primary counties to be split. I sponsored the county boundaries bill, and in my literature review, I realized that Kitui was split just a few months after the 1992 cutoff. And so perhaps Kitui felt cheated because then you'd have gotten 2 counties. But your senator is passionate about the county. In fact, when he moved the bill on mung beans, people were ridiculing him. In fact, the other house was saying we are so idle that the only thing we think about is ndengu. They've said that in the past. When we are talking about potatoes with India Karue, Aden Duale was on record saying that that house is so idle, they only think about potatoes. But they don't know that these are the economic mainstay of some of the counties that we come from. So I think to support your senator and for your senator to support you is for you to perform with the little that is available. And Governor, we have confidence in you because, as you have stated, you are the architects of the laws that we are using currently. So we expect nothing less than success. And for Senator Kitui, please don't relent. You have always said that this money that we fight for does not go to the governor personally. And I hope it does not find its way to the governor's pocket. This money is supposed to be for the people. And whether the governor is in your party or not, is your friend or not, likes you or not, we must still continue to fight for more resources to go to the county. That is the philosophy and that's the principle that we take when it comes to supporting devolution, that we must make a distinction between the governor and the government, between the governor and devolution. We are committed to that. Your officers must also know that we will also hold them personally liable. It's not just the CEO. If you're a CPA and you are not making proper disclosure, we'll have a conversation with ISPAC. If you're a procurement officer and you're making decisions that result in the county being taken to court and losing money, we shall report you to the relevant body. So I think the perspective we have taken is that it is not just the governor, but other officers. The Public Audit Act has given us the power to even declare someone unfit to hold public office. It is there in law. It is one power that we have that is not subjected to the article you quoted on fair administrative action. Because the assumption is once you have gone through the audit, action, because the assumption is once you have gone through the audit,